Hi friends, good evening. This is Ankit Khandelwal, your host, joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning, Kim. Good morning to the world, and welcome to Med Friday with Doctors on IBM TV. And
Oh,
as
good
usual,
evening.
we have a great lined up on our Friday with Doctors show. And how are you doing, Kim, today?
I'm happy every day. And today I love it when we get to talk to these doctors because we don't just talk about the pill that you have to take. We talk about the alternatives that you can do to make yourself healthier. So this is always like one of my favorite, but they're all my favorite, right? We find solutions every day. And it's exciting because people call me up and they go, that was cool. That was a great idea. Like my favorite so far is the one where they told me to stop eating after dark.
Yeah.
And I noticed like within 3 days it showed. Usually it takes weeks before you see a difference. So now how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. I mean, finally, I got rid of the technical issues, although I can't do anything else. But I mean, this I have to dedicate one laptop for IBM TV. I mean, I think that is what the requirement is.
We have to get a vaccine for Ankit's computers. We need a doctor for computers.
Yeah.
So, uh, but that's the problem today. Is we heard even with our beloved Alexandra that your computers are going to go down today, and there's no doctors available because everybody doesn't do anything right now. No stores are open. No computer stores. We've been trying to fix this problem for Ankit off and on. We've known that this is coming and happening because we keep talking about let's try to get a new computer, and that just hasn't been able to happen. So if you're having problems out there, folks, you're not the only ones. You're not alone in this world.
Problems are a part of life, and you have to accept it and look for solutions.
That's
And
right.
that is what we need to do. I mean, we have to solve those problems and overlook and, I mean, get yourself stronger every day. And that's why we have Dr. Ramesh joining us from Kerala. Good
Namaste.
evening, sir. How are you?
Namaste,
Fine, fine.
Dr. Ramesh. So happy
Very
to
fine.
see you.
Yes,
Oh,
I'm fine. How are you all? I think that you are all fine.
I think we are. You seem very happy today. Is anything special going on?
No, here the monsoon has started. The temperature has become very cool. And so the atmosphere is quite pleasant right now. Yes,
It makes a difference, doesn't it? It makes a difference in how we breathe and how we feel.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
wow, and you look so happy today. So
yes.
I'm happy to see you. And Jim's here joining us. And how are you doing, Jim?
Oh, I'm
Namaste.
doing well. Yes. And opposite of the monsoon, we had this incredible heat wave and it's cooled
Oh,
off. And I am happy that it's cooler because
I see.
with my background, the sun and I are not always friends.
Oh, that beautiful. Is that Irish or Scottish skin?
It's indistinguishable from the DNA.
Okay.
The DNA test came back Scottish-Irish. So,
That's my world. So
yeah.
I mean, I'm a mix of a lot of things, right down to Native American Indian. So I think I got 5 distinguished DNA types, but I get it. The fair skin can burn. So, but I'm glad that it's cooled off in San Francisco. It's generally cool there, and
Yes.
it seems normal. Just happy he's got his computer back and
Yes.
a lovely haircut today. So, so
Oh.
what kind of good news do we have from India, Ramesh?
Actually, not a very good scenario now. India, the COVID cases are increasing, and but in Kerala also, people who have come from outside the state, because earlier Kerala was able to control it, but now not very much under control. Cases are increasing. So we are all taking all precautions and with a prayer to Almighty and just waiting what will happen, because everybody is definitely careful about what they are doing, everything. But even then, the lockdown has eased now because many people don't have job. So the economy has really hit so bad. So all the shops are open, and people started moving on the roads and all. So naturally, we have expected all these things to come, but still we are hopeful that we will be able to manage it successfully, stage by stage.
Well,
That's what
this is something we have to think about, right? Is that there's always that balance between risk and benefit, right? That we have to take a look at. And, people are angry right now because we haven't been able to earn a living, and a living is part of survival, right? But we have to sometimes look at alternatives, right? Sometimes we have to kind of scrap what we've got going on. These are, from my experiences, you got to throw things into the trash can, reevaluate the priorities, reevaluate the risks and the benefits, and then find a solution. And I don't think anyone is doing that right now. I think we're knee-jerking to the left and knee-jerking to the right, and trying too hard, too fast to find a solution, rather than, like you would suggest, Dr. Ramesh, kind of take a deep breath, relax, and think it out. So I want to ask your opinion of, do you think that the rise that we're seeing in the COVID cases, is it related to the fact that we're doing more testing, or do you think it's because of the fact that we're doing, community spreading, that it is actually still doing community spreading because we are kind of re-engaging again?
Yeah, but actually the ICMR, Indian Medical Research Council, they are of the opinion that actually the community spread has not started in India. But somehow, because when we gave more freedom, people are less careful. Namaste, sir. So people are less careful now. So started moving very freely without taking care of their own actually health. That is what we were observing in almost all states of India. In Kerala, comparatively, it was better, but now the usage of mask, social distancing, hand washing, and the etiquettes of sneezing, coughing, such things should be more meticulously, because if the population is more aware about such things, I think that actually that is the priority, that is the first thing that everybody should, because I should think that I should not at least spread this to other people. So that kind of mentality should be there. Then only we will be able to, at least to a certain level, contain it. The other part, first you were discussing about people are frustrated. That is very true, because people who are on daily wages, because their savings, I am discussing the scenario in India, they don't have much saving. So every day they earn and they, take home, and then they are actually helping their family with that income. So that was very much affected in many areas. So those people are really frustrated, and they are not ready to sit at home also, because we cannot blame them, because they are in search of some job to earn something, to do something for their children and family. So that is there, of course it is there. But at the same time, you can do all these things, but you have to be careful about the aspects which scientific, the doctors and the government has already advised you. They are all aware. Now people are, the awareness is very much there, but careless. We become, sometimes after some time, we used to everything, and everybody has a false belief that it won't affect me. What to do? So they are becoming more careless because of that. They should seriously think that it can affect me also. and I am taking the infection to home and I'm giving to my family and my children. That kind of thought and that kind of awareness is very much needed, it seems, right now. Because otherwise it goes on spreading. Then we may have to face the community spreading. But till date, as per the ICMR observation, the community spread has not very much started in India. This is what the answer.
Right.
Yes.
And I think we're careless. We're being
Yeah.
we've lost our discipline and fear.
That is very, very important.
I would interpret in a different way. We are careless, but we are not disciplined actually.
Yeah.
And because of lack of discipline, we are not able to follow it up. Because carelessness could be a daily or it's a nature. Maybe you are careless in something, but you are disciplined in something else. But we are not disciplined, and that's why we are not able to follow these restrictions or these policies for a longer period of time.
Yeah.
And that is part of a problem.
Yeah.
Right
now, the issue is that now monsoon has started, especially in Kerala. The monsoon has started. So monsoon, naturally, all kinds of diseases in monsoon. So it will be an added issue now.
What kind of diseases come with them? Go ahead, Rakesh. Go ahead.
The only person I know very close to me who has got COVID thing, and he's 80 years old. He's in a coma, and he did not meet anybody who had traveled abroad. So that is the definition of community transmission. So that's the I know it's anecdotal. It's just the one person I happen to know, but I would. My guess is that community thing has transmission has started. It's just not politically correct because of the number of parties we have, and each one will start slinging mud at one another and that kind of thing. So they're just denying it, and people keep dying.
And it's in the panel here. I know how majority of us feel, because we all value life. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here every day talking and trying to find the solutions. But right now, what we're hearing again in our government, which is very disheartening, or even some of our own friends, is that it doesn't matter anymore. People were going to die anyway, and we just need to get out there, and if they die, they die. If people get sick, they get sick. I mean, is that what we're going? Those are things I think we need to start saying to ourselves and segregating ourselves to make ourselves. And this is a time when we're going to have to make decisions for ourselves. It is.
It is. Sometimes I feel that nature has taken on a personality and said, this life form has exceeded its quota.
Ooh,
and I need to take some. Nature has decided that they need some of them need to die out.
Rakesh, you're preaching to the choir here, because I think that Mother Nature sees us as the virus, and the COVID is her antibodies. And we better wake up. We better wake up.
She's getting rid of the cancer. That's the virus is her chemo, and she's getting rid of the cancer. It's weird this conversation happened, because this was something I was having a conversation with a friend before all of this hit. It was in February, and we were talking about how can we find solutions to address all of these issues. But wow, that is deep. Dr. Ramesh, what is your thoughts on that?
I didn't get your point, because I didn't get your point.
Oh, that this is Mother Nature taking control.
That is in a way we may have to think like that, because we were exploiting the Mother Nature in such a way that actually everywhere you take in each and every area, deforestation, all the rivers are ruined, water is polluted, and air is polluted. Whatever is needed for a person to be healthy, everything is polluted, and we call it as our development. And and then it is because I was always thinking that how because our generation may go, because we are all middle-aged people, the next generation, how do they survive in Mother Earth? This actually, I was very, very seriously thinking about. Our next generation won't be able to. And last time I just mentioned about a beautiful saying somebody has written. I read it from US only, in the rock garden, in Tennessee State Rock Garden. It was written that you have to live in this world as if you have borrowed it from your future generation. Don't live in this world as if you have ancestrally got the land and earth. That is very, very true, because we are actually borrowing our land, everything, all the resources from the future generation, and we are very, very meticulously, carefully protecting that, using it only if needed, and preserving it for the next generation. But that attitude, I don't know, because our society is losing, and very sadly telling this. And next generation, because everything is polluted. So how do we? So naturally, for every reaction there is an opposite and equal reaction. For every action there is an opposite and equal reaction. So naturally, the mother nature might have thought, or a reprocessing, or a reset button, pushing the reset button to start from the beginning. So naturally, now nobody is busy, because we were all thinking that we were all busy and we were doing so many things. Now we are all no busy. You are at home. You are taking homemade food. You are spending time with your family, which was lacking, because I have no time because of my conferences and all. I have no time to spend with my family, but now I have enough time to spend with my family. So like that, the water, the air pollution, Delhi, the air pollution has considerably reduced. I lived in Delhi 17 years, and the air pollution in Delhi has considerably reduced. The water in Ganga, water in all the rivers have become better, and all the natural creatures started living more peacefully. When all human beings were locked in their home, so they were free to come out, and they were free enjoying their life. So this we were seeing. So this we have to. There is every reason to think that actually the nature might have decided that actually these people, human beings, are to be learned a lesson and then to protect the planet. So they might have initiated like that.
You know, we have many religious stories, that share, everyone does, right? That how things were reset, basically, right? That's why, certain towns were burned down, or a flood, or, and these stories were shared to us that it was done to reset us, to start over as better humans. So, I mean, maybe this is nature's way of saying it's time to reset and see how we come out of it. And again, we're, like we talked about, many people haven't learned anything. And yesterday, it was so interesting. By accident, I ended up speaking with this person. I thought he was my attorney because I was fielding out attorneys, and he ended up being somebody else. But we got into this conversation before I found out he really wasn't my attorney. We were talking about how life was going for him. And he goes, I'm in an odd predicament. He goes, I have a family that's deeply invested in the medical industry. They're frontline nurses or ICU people. And there are some in California and some in New York. So, wow, what a difference, right? And he said that he is hearing stories of two different extremes of COVID. Two different extremes. And he goes, I don't know what to really think. He goes, and I go, well, here's what I think. Listening to how extreme it was, there was no pandemic policy put in place, nothing put in place to say this is how we need to unite and work together. Because he said that in California, they were stressed out, but they go to work, for a week or whatever, and they can't get around anyone. They have to be in a containment place while they're working, and then they can come home the next week, right? 1 week off, 1 week on, or 2 weeks off, 2 weeks on. And then they had plenty of resources. They're not running out of PPE. And it's about, 1 to 2 patients per doctor. In New York, a very close member of his family that he dearly believes and loves, people are dying and stacking up. There is not enough PPE at all, that they are illegally treating 3 patients per nurse of COVID, 3 patients. And because they only have resources to do 2, that they have to choose which patient dies. So the nurse,
very sad to hear.
and so there, but the thing is everybody goes, well, that's what doctors and nurses do. They always say, no, this is not their practice. Okay, this is not how they entered into practice. So he doesn't understand. He's very angry at the government because a ship was sent to New York and it was never used. The Javits Center was set up and it was never used. But and then, of course, the elderly that was sent to the nursing homes. But he doesn't understand the other side of those stories. When the ship was sent, it was sent not for COVID, to send, to isolate COVID patients. It was sent, all other patients go to the ship. And I'm like, okay, so that means people who need stitches that are on the other side of New York have to travel an hour and a half to a ship to get stitches. That made no sense to me. Whereas you could have said all COVID sick or flu sick people travel to the ship. We'll test you. Okay. They didn't. Javits Center was finally set up supposedly for COVID patients, but nobody was sent. So it was a mess. It was a mess. But that's because we had nobody with strategic plans. There was never, there was at one time, but we fired them. The countries that had a plan somewhat in place, like Hong Kong, Iceland, and I think even the Netherlands, experienced lower impact of this, right? The countries that reacted in a more caring way to their people, right? Not profit, but people did better. But yes, Rakesh.
No, I was just thinking, to compound all this, we have these divisions of language, race, and whatever, and when we should be uniting, because this thing, it's anybody. It's got nothing to do with your how much money you have, or what melanin you have in your skin, or what language you speak, and in India we have the caste issue also. Ramesh.
Really?
So we oh yes, there were some patients who were in isolation in for this COVID thing, and they wouldn't eat foods cooked by somebody of another caste. This is we have no claim to rationality. Human beings, zero claim to rationality.
What do you think in the beginning of time? Because we all believe that we came from one tree, basically. I would love to go back in time if I were given the one question to God. What was it that truly separated all humans in that mannerism to be as divided as we are? Because I think when we isolate that,
6 inches in between our ears. It's the 6 inches between our ears.
It's not the 7 pounds here; it's the 10 pounds here.
It's the stuff in here. Humans are married from one race to another, and we've been doing this for eternity. Right from the time when some of us were Neanderthals, some were Denisovans, some were Homo sapiens. we've been doing this. And then suddenly, old tribal habits come in. This river is ours, or this, lake is ours. So we need to have a place, and then we form armies, you form that kind of thing. And then, it is all of that's in here. You didn't create that piece of land. You didn't create that lake. It was what was there before you, And
the
this is
territorial thing is weird to
all
me.
that comes out of that space. The most dangerous space in the universe.
Wow, that is
Yes.
Sarah,
I think that.
Hi.
Good morning. Hello.
From Chicago, right?
That's right, from Chicago. I think it's really interesting what you're saying about how the problem is we started differentiating ourselves from one another in terms of what we own or what we have or what we are in terms of race. I think one of the biggest problems that we've come across is that we've started identifying and differentiating ourselves from the rest of the world. And that's not just people, that instead of the lake is part of the world, we're part of the world, we should be taking care of this because in that way we're all one. We've put it so we're above this lake. We own this lake. We own this territory rather than we need to take care of this as an extension of ourselves. And I think that's where the divide comes from. It starts with that.
Very good.
The Maori in New Zealand, they have a very interesting attitude to nature. They say we are merely the guardians of nature.
And the Native Americans felt
Yes,
that way too.
the Native Americans feel that way, and I believe that their cultures are related. And it is. So, and it's been around. This thought, which you've very eloquently expressed, has been around for some time, and yet we ignore it.
And it's interesting. We don't just ignore it; we fight it. And maybe Dr. Ramesh can maybe explain, but we don't ignore it. We fight it. We actually shame it and put it down and say, no, we are territorial. But the Native American Indians always believed that nobody owned the land, nobody owned the sun, nobody owned the earth, nobody owned the wind, nobody even owned the fire, right? Yeah. But now I'm being told not just that we have to have our properties, right? We got our property lines up. That I lived with all my life, but now I can't even own the sun. I cannot take the sun and pipe it into a solar panel and put the energy into my house. I'm being told I have to pay the electric company to do that for me, or I go to jail. I have a problem with this. I can't even own the sun anymore. So, what has happened to society is that we've allowed the top 1% of the world to dictate how we live and serve them. They don't serve us, even though they are elected leaders.
Kim, there is one more thing. We are not united, actually. If we are united,
we're not united.
We're not united. We talk about united. We talk about one world. We talk about a lot of things, but we are not doing things in unity. And then we let ourselves lead by those 1% people around the world, and that is the problem.
I would
allow it.
I would double down on that, Ankit, and I would say, we call ourselves the United States. We are not united.
Have I been saying that? I've been saying we are DS, divided states. Every state has its own rules and policies and laws and enforcements, and there's no united. Never has been. So,
Kim, there's one more thing, and that is we like to clean our homes and our houses, but we let all those dust outside the house, and we are okay with that. We are not. We don't believe in cleaning the earth or taking the earth as our own home, because we let our home should be clean, but let the roads and let the parks should be dirty. I mean, we are okay with that, and we accept that. That is what we accept.
Yeah. No, it's somebody else's job. It is the municipal corporation's job.
Yeah.
It's so. Especially in India, it is very.
Especially in India, I'm talking about India only because. Certainly.
I mean, how many people do you see go for a walk with a bag to pick up the trash on the side of wherever they're at? Like out here where I live in the country, unfortunately, people will drive by and throw bottles out of their car and stuff like that. And you know, I would go out if I go for a walk, but it's too dangerous now by the roadside. It's way too dangerous. But to go out and walk and just pick up the bottles that people throw out in the trash. But nobody really goes out and does that when they go for a walk. It's actually exhausting, takes time, and it's not a good brisk walk, right? Yeah. But I can't stand to see the trash on the side of the road. That just irritates the mess. I mean, why did they have to throw that bottle outside? Why did they have to throw that cigarette butt outside? Yeah. It's just, you know, but that's what people do. But the thing is they do this because they have no respect. They don't really respect themselves. And that's what Dr. Ramesh is here about, is to teach us to respect our human bodies, right? Yeah. And our minds. Yeah. Because once we learn to love ourselves and respect ourselves, we can respect others. And we have a special guest here.
We have Dr. Sibal Bhartiya joining us from Gurgaon.
Oh.
Hi.
Good evening. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you? It's evening for us. Good evening, everyone. Good to be here. I was listening in. It was a wonderful conversation to be part of.
So
Namaste from Arjun TV.
Namaste. So share with us who you are, where you're from, and what you do.
I'm an eye surgeon. I work here in Gurgaon, and I've been listening into what you're saying. And I also I'm here as in the capacity of being founder of an organization called Vision Unlimited. We are a bootstrap social entrepreneurial venture, trying to make sense of what is happening during the lockdown in the city. It has been a very, very trying time for us. So listening into what you're saying, we kind of live in parallel worlds. The stories are not very different. The scale just might be, but each of the things that you have spoken of is what I see both in my clinical practice and in everyday living. So this has been extremely illuminating. And I think all of the Aboriginal cultures across the world, and we're talking of the Maoris and the native Indians, I don't think any of these, what are called the not so developed societies anywhere in the world, are any different from each other. Because as long as we're in sync with ourselves and with those who provide us life, I think we will remain true to who we were supposed to be. And selfishness is something that is an acquired trait and perhaps not native to us being born with. Most of us were trained to be that way. But it's instinctive, and the nucleus accumbens, which is in your brain, which is your pleasure center, it responds similarly to cocaine as it would to the act of voluntary giving. And so that's the pleasure you'd get if you were to give voluntarily. And if you're not seeking that pleasure, it's probably because your instinct has been blunted by education and by what you've seen around you. So this is an incredibly interesting discussion to be part of. And I'm listening in before I join in.
No,
your statement sparked off a thought in my head that, you know, the selfishness comes when you see a limit to a resource which you enjoy.
Absolutely.
You know, if your population is low, like it was when, maybe a few centuries ago, the selfish gene may not have been activated. I'm quoting Dawkins with apologies, but this is just a thought that what you said just sparked off that thought. So
it's interesting that you say that, Rakesh, because especially when you think about the United States and how we have this mentality of always needing more, always wanting more. And the United States, notoriously, Americans, when you go in other places, are kind of thought of as very like self-absorbed and a little selfish. And when you talk about, there's not a limit to our need. It's just
there's no ceiling there. There's no ceiling there.
Good. No, I would counter that. Rakesh, with a very small argument. But Darwinian evolution is based on competition. So there has always been a limit to the resources that you have access to, and we as a people have always had to compete. But I think the current generation has kind of lost the plot entirely. I think your generation and mine has decided that we want a lot more than we need just for survival. And consequently, you have problems that arise from plenty. Those who don't have enough still know how to share. Those of us who have fancy cars would want another one. But I still believe that those of us who do not have enough are less selfish than those of us who have more than what we need. very, very individual. And I've, what I have learned over the last 3 months has been more than what I've learned in the last 45. And this is what I've seen. I mean, my neighbors may not share an ice cream, but somebody who doesn't have enough food will share their last slice of bread with somebody who has less than they do. And that is what is critical to understanding our reaction, not just to this crisis, but I suppose to every other crisis that we've witnessed in the recent past. We tend to be more competitive when we have more, and which is really so tragic on so many levels, because having enough should actually have our satiety centers working overtime and telling us that your next meal is coming, so just take it easy. But somehow now we're not looking at the next meal. And for some strange reason, all of the centers which were responsible for self-validation and telling you that you're a good person, those have been blunted absolutely and truly. I don't know the reason for this, but it's something that I've seen evolve in front of me. I grew up in the 80s, and I know myself to be a different person from what I was like in the 80s. And so, which is where I was thinking when you were talking of, not being selfish or being selfish and competing for resources. I think, especially India, because India saw liberalization and a lot of money come in, a lot of information come in. We had access to CNN and we had access to BBC, stuff we'd never had seen when we were growing up. And I think that radically changed what we needed and wanted to be happy as well. I remember the 80s to be quieter and gentler and not as fiercely competitive as today. I know we've increased in number, but we've definitely increased in resource allocation too.
Well, we also increased in technology, right?
Absolutely.
And an increase, and I agree with you, because I always look back to the 80s. And maybe every generation goes back, 20, 30 years, because that span of time, you're going to see so much changes that innovated. And a lot of times not the right changes. But I agree with you, what you're saying. All too often, we'll go back to the music. I love the music back in the 80s, right? One of the guys who does our live music show on Sundays plays a lot of music from the 70s and 80s. And I'm like, wow, it really makes me feel good. But you got a point there. But maybe it's because we had less.
Yes.
Well, I have something to say to you, wise soul, because I'm the only one on the panel that is capable of tipping his hat to you. Those were such wonderful words. And I must say that I was filled with hope while you were talking, because it doesn't have to be this way. And we can. Yeah. And America, the United States rather, is, we do have shortest attention spans and we are slow learners, but we can learn. Back in the 70s, which was more my decade, there was rivers that burned, that were set on fire, because we thought, well, I own my plant and I have these things to dump in the river and there are no consequences. There is no environmental cost in my economic plan. Sure. And if I kill people downstream, fowl, fish, and people, it doesn't matter. I'm not responsible for them. And that when the rivers started to burn, and water does not burn, it boils. It does not catch fire. So when we saw them catching fire, we said, oh, wait a minute, we can't keep dumping this stuff, these PCBs, all this horrible chemical stuff into our rivers anymore. And we stopped. But then we have an unbelievably good forgetter. And we forgot. Oh, yeah. And so we started to do it all over again, putting it in the air. And now the air is telling us, stop it. And so we were slow to learn these lessons and we were quick to forget them. But I still have hope that we will learn these lessons and remember them.
I hope that we in India learn from what happened to California. California never had a shortage of water till the Rocky Mountains stopped being snow-capped. And we're seeing that in the Himalayas already the snow caps are decreasing. Yeah. So you have 1.4 billion people without regular source of water. Just imagine the chaos.
Yeah. We have enough groundwater in my city for the next 2 years, and then we are out of groundwater as well. So yes, the environmental crisis is incredible. And it's just there waiting.
And if you ask about groundwater in Delhi, we don't have any groundwater in Delhi. We always borrow water from outside.
Water level is
does LA.
depleting.
Los Angeles you have to ship the water to Los Angeles.
For some reason.
And that's why you know that all the big tech companies, they're buying a lot of ponds. They're investing in the ponds and they're creating a lot of ponds and water because they know that this is something which is maybe a scarcity in some point of time, and they are creating a lot of groundwater in their own region as well. I was watching one of the videos from maybe Ireland or somewhere. So they check the groundwater, and every day or every week they put a lot of water in that groundwater and check the water level again. And I was surprised. Because we are not thinking about it, but with a small population and a small country, they know how to maintain those water, and they are still doing it.
What has created the loss of the water table, Rakesh? Maybe you might, because science. Yeah, I know you're the science guy. What has caused this? Because we rely on groundwater where I live.
It's overpopulation.
Overpopulation.
You know, we have never been so populated. This planet has never borne 7.5 billion people now. And it is calibrated for, 2 billion. And we've known this since the 60s. The Club of Rome existed in the 60s. They predicted all this stuff. But it's time we stopped referring to the birth of a child as good news. It is not good news. It's not good news for the child. It's not good news for us.
Yeah.
But
it is a tragedy.
If we reduce our growth as well, that's not a good thing because we need future generations.
We've got enough. It will take some time for us to die out. We're not going to have any problem. Yes, what you need is a working population, a working population.
You need to have a few babies now and a few babies. A few babies. But I agree. So I'll show you something that used to scare me. See, I don't know what kind of disease this would be, but I have a fear of overpopulation. Like and I don't do very good in crowds. It's not claustrophobic, but whenever I start looking and like if I'm driving somewhere and I start seeing like all of these new apartments going up, I start panicking inside. Like, oh my God, how is society sustaining these people? And I start to panic. I literally start to have panic attacks. And
it is a kind of future shock. Because your childhood wasn't that way. It is future shock.
Right.
It is future shock, really. I feel the same thing. Why do you think I moved to New Zealand?
There's no growth.
No, there's only 5 million people at best on both the islands. And the islands, are larger than some places in Europe. Some countries in Europe. So,
are you inviting everyone to New Zealand?
I'm not the Prime Minister.
I considered it. I can't talk my wife into it, but
so Avatar sequel is starting. The production in New Zealand soon. If you are aware about the news.
So here you go, guys. This is where sometimes I have to force myself to go look at this and take a deep breath and calm down and go, this is the reality, right? But this is how fast we are growing by the minute. See that number? That's how many births are happening right now in the world. Can you see that, everybody?
Yes.
Let's see if I can make it bigger.
Oh, no, that it was visible.
172,000 today.
Unbelievable.
But look at that number just go. It's like my electric meter outside. That's what I like. One day I looked at this and I go, oh my gosh, that's my electric meter. But just look at this. And then, when you scroll down, we look at the deaths, right? The mortality, the economics, right? How is the economics dealing with this growth? And, new book titles. It's not growing very fast, but newspapers circulated today. Look at that, guys. Look at the news. TV sets sold worldwide. Is that scary?
Look at the emails. Look at the emails.
Look at this. Look how many TV sets. That just and cellular phones. That's scary. Money spent on video games. That's insane.
Okay, I have a question for Dr. Sibyl Bharti. That while seeing those numbers, clocking so fast, would that affect your eyesight as well? Sometimes.
No, your eyes will be fine. Your eyes will be fine. They were designed for a lot more than just
our
this.
vision. Maybe it's making our vision a little clearer, right?
You might become dizzy, but you should be fine otherwise.
Right, vision and eyesight. My vision's very clear now because I can see what my future is. But this is the food that we are dealing with. The money spent for obesity diseases. Because we have so many people obese, people who died of hunger. Today. That's just today, or probably yesterday. Water. Look, okay, so we were talking about water. Deaths caused by water-related diseases this year already. I think this is just unacceptable. For a society that claims to be as educated and intelligent as we are, I find a lot of these problems we have extremely, extremely unacceptable. People with no access to safe drinking water. See, this is the problem you guys are discussing. That's concerning. Can you see that?
Yes.
Oh, we're looking at energy still. Hold on.
We saw it.
Oh, there it is right there at the very top. And then energy consuming, right? And I don't even want to look at that right now because I know I'm a bad one for that. But then let's take a look at our health, right? Communicable disease deaths already this year, over 5 million. We'll take a look. The COVID cases are a big chunk of that. Seasonal flu deaths. So, can we count the seasonal flu deaths in the communicable disease category? And I would find it odd that they would segregate it this way. Deaths of children under 5, and that would be interesting to understand. But we still have a high amount of deaths of
check out cigarette smoke.
So where's that? Cancer. Look at malaria. That will probably go up. But look at deaths today. Cigarette smoke. I think that's going up faster than anything.
It looks like it. Yeah.
It's the great hope of mankind. Maybe many people will die by smoking cigarettes.
Or it looks like illegal drugs are up there too. So
illegal drugs, my God.
Yeah.
Where do you see? I see abortions. Where do you see drugs?
Right underneath the suicides. Go down.
Oh, alcohol, suicides.
Money spent on
right.
Wow.
Look at that.
You know what? Why aren't we legalizing a lot of the drugs and taxing it?
I don't know.
Because why are we allowing the corruption groups, the organized crime? Because the organized crime is the government. Why are we not, taking a lot of the drugs that people are using on the street, making it more easily available to them on a recreational scale, right? Regulating it and taxing it. I mean, look how much money we would make.
May I respond to that, Kimberly?
Yes.
In New Zealand, we have a methamphetamine epidemic.
Yes.
We have a methamphetamine epidemic, which is not, it's quite different from the cannabinoids situation.
Yes.
And people get totally weird. There's this guy who, took some methamphetamine, and there was a decorative samurai sword in his house. He just took it off and picked it up from the mantelpiece where it was kept, cut off his girlfriend's arm, and then killed her friend who happened to be in the house there. And the guy his brain has been altered. He has no recognition of reality.
Correct.
So cannabinoids may be something, but methamphetamine and these things, one dose and you're hooked.
I know.
There's no trial.
We have a huge problem here. Wow.
Drug syndicates have started using New Zealand as a factory for methamphetamine. We know the country that it's coming from and where it's going.
Where is it coming from?
The syndicates are coming from close to where I stay, and it's going across the biggest ocean, close to where you stay.
Well, we already say where it comes from here. We're very open and very transparent about it. It comes from Mexico, right? It goes straight up I-95 from the bottom of Florida all the way up to Canada. And it goes right through the borders without anyone noticing. Go figure. I can't figure that one out. So we go through every border patrol there is with all of these drugs, and we can't control it. And we blame Mexico for our problems. I blame the users. If you stop at users,
I have a question. You blame Mexico's. I mean, whatever it is going on with the wall in Mexico.
I don't. But our country does.
But you know what happened? A lot of Hollywood producers, they are producing and they are investing a lot of drug movies which are based out of Mexico, and people are watching them on Netflix.
I know, because
I think Mexico's going to start building a wall now.
They already have, but they don't have to anymore because you guys are aware that the president put up a huge fence around the White House, right?
Yeah. That's the only wall he's done.
So he put up this huge, I mean, I'm talking very, very tall fence. And I go, that's job security. That's because the next president can't get in. But no, the problem, I look at that and I go, wow, all right, he's afraid of all of these riots coming to the White House and, okay, whatever. But they put up a fence around a dangerous pond right next to the school. I'll show a picture of it. It's the playground's less than 5 feet from the pond. The fence comes up to me, right? I'm not quite 5'2", so that's not even a 4-foot fence. These kids could jump over like kangaroos if they wanted to. And that's the kind of fence they put up for security to protect them from this pond. Yet we'll put a fence that is 25 feet high around a White House that should be open to the public. I got a problem with that, but hey, somebody got a paying job out of that, so good for them.
Yeah. It's Caligula all over again. It's Caligula.
I was talking about having a glimmer of hope, but when you put that chart up, I had to apply this patch to my head because it was like, oh my goodness, look at all those deaths, look at all this, these things, and that they were going by so fast. And then we talk about how we're dealing with it, and we have no cohesive plan, we have no coordinated efforts. We're the opposite of united on our approach of how to deal with this. And like you say, in the United States, we blame Mexico because we have to have someone to blame.
Right, we do this, right? Here's my thing, right? We do this. See, we do this.
Yeah.
Not this. We have to do this.
Right. We do this.
We do this, but most people do
right of arms in this country. What's this, our Second Amendment? Membership should have been our first, right? I know I have a very unusual warped sense of humor, but I lived here for almost 60 years and I have seen a lot. So, I get to say some of these things.
What has happened is that as human beings, we tend to, constructs like the presidency of the United States, the Emperor of Rome, these are man-made constructs, but we start mistaking them for reality. Like the emperor in China, he was a construct.
Yes.
The first emperor fought like a demon to build that post, and then that became a construct. And then we started mistaking that for reality. Correct. Just like the Mughals in India and whatever, Yes. And that's what's happening again. We feel that the POTUS must, or the TOTUS as I call him,
yes.
Has to be protected. Why? The social contract is that the leader provides the leadership that gives security to the nation.
Yeah.
What's happening now is the leader provides security for himself.
But ask yourself why. It's because I want a history.
It's not only Mr. Trump. Mr. Modi spends how much? 16 crores on his security?
Well, now it's keeping up with the Joneses. They're all playing keeping up with it. It's a bit, and I agree.
I have a question for Dr. Bharti, and one of our viewers would like to know that during the lockdown, everyone is work from home and they are sitting right in front of laptop and doing the work for 10 hours, 12 hours. So, what kind of eye protection they should follow, or what is the
That's
best?
a good question.
Really?
Oh dear God.
I
Okay,
want
so
to
that's
know.
Oh, we're here every day. So if you
Yeah, that is what. Yeah.
remember to blink more often every time you're on a system. I think that's the best bet.
I'm scared too, because somebody texted me because they heard, I was talking about domestic violence, and they go, if you're ever in trouble, blink 3 times and I'll go kill them. And I'm like,
no, but remember to blink always. Remember to take.
Don't blink.
I have a
Remember
question.
to take lots of breaks. Yes, please.
yes,
That's
go ahead. I'm
for
sorry.
you, Dr. Bharti. It is about when I bought these lenses, they said that it had some blue filter.
Yes.
So
What is the
which
blue
is good
filter?
for using computers. So how
Okay.
valid is that? Was I just ripped off or what?
No.
I'm not going to betray the community online and tell you things which are trade secrets. But it's going to mess up with your sleep-wake cycle. The rest of it will take care of itself. As far as your eyes needing protection, more than from the screen, they need protection from UVA and B. So when you step out, invest in an expensive pair of sunglasses. For your computer, as long as you take enough breaks, and there's something called the 20-20 rule, which we keep talking of all the time. Every 20 minutes, close your eyes for 20 seconds, open them, look at something at least 20 feet away, and then come back to business. So that's what we do. And coming back to what we were discussing, we started off with something really interesting, and something which has intrigued me forever. When we look at population-based resource allocation, we're looking of utopia. That is not what we were taught, not as children, not as adults. We've been taught to compete for whatever is on offer. And that is where I think we need all of the social constructs of policing and of what can be considered a monarchy or a patriarchal setup where the leader is daddy who also tells you what to do and takes care of you. To say that we can suddenly absolve ourselves of a Modi or a Trump is decidedly utopian, because hyper-nationalism and all that goes with it, and all of that is here to stay.
A few ounces of lead will do the trick.
But there will be a second line. The vanguard is waiting. Rakesh, there are so many
in the world.
There are so many of them in waiting. The prime ministers in waiting in this country are being decimated by the prime minister himself, thankfully. Otherwise, we would have 1,600 of them. Not such an easy construct to kill away. Not lead is not the answer, but there will be a revolution, because there will be a revolution. I think we are ripe for one. We are, and I don't know what it is going to the new world order or the new social order, but there will be one, and I think our generation will see it, and our children either will not live to see anything, or they will live to see a more just world. And I think we've reached that critical mass, the momentum that had to be built to get there. It's just an index of waiting for it now.
Beautifully said. Now, one of the things I do sometimes, but I won't do it today, is I like to change it when the numbers get updated. But I'd already done this the other day, but I watched this number change by 1 million yesterday. And I watched this number change by 100, right at 100,000 yesterday. When we were talking, I didn't share it because we got carried away on another subject, but I wanted to share people because we haven't looked at this in a long time, and we're kind of on the topic of leadership and how can we do some things. But this is really concerning me.
USA.
Yeah, we're always first in everything.
We're forward, don't worry.
Good or bad, we're here to be the first. But and hey, you know what? I am not the only one who says this. We have the dean from Yale that comes here and says this, and other people who come on, or maybe not the dean, but we've had other people come on here and say this. So I look at this, and this is a reflection of our leaderships, right? When I look at the numbers, it is truly not just our leaderships, but now it's a reflection of the people, right? Because at the end of the day, and we talked about this today, it's not just our leaders, it's our personal actions, right? Individual. But I want to reflect on that, because we have to. Now, while we have a eye expert here today, who, because vision is very, very important in maintaining good vision, has there been any concerns about damages to the eyes with this virus? Somebody had asked that question and I had no idea. So
30% of people who have the COVID-19 infection end up having conjunctivitis. Very rarely do you present with a red eye, a pink eye. But if you have a serious infection, there is a 30% chance statistically that you will have a red eye. Not too many. I don't remember reading anything about a vision loss yet.
Okay.
But conjunctivitis is pretty common, in fact, which is why we're not telling people not to just wear a mask, but to wear a face shield. So you cover your eyes as well, and protective goggles. And this is now almost diktat for everyone out there. The biggest crisis that has come through is not just of leadership, but also of all of the institutions crumbling.
Yes.
What we as doctors believed in as evidence-based medicine, that was the holy grail. We were looking for answers from literature, from peer review, from statisticians, databases, journals that we've learned to respect. And we've suddenly realized that everything has been compromised. You cannot not just trust your prime minister or your president of the country. You cannot trust who you're reading as evidence, which comes through as peer review, what comes through as this is the way to go. The HCQS trial was compromised on data which cannot be validated and was withdrawn from one of the most prestigious journals in the world. And for me as a clinician, it's like stumbling in the dark. And when you're an ophthalmologist, the biggest crisis is what happens when you're actually a doctor in waiting right now, because a part of the crisis is that you're doing nothing. You're supposed to stay at home and wait, because suddenly from being an individual-centric health decision, it becomes a population-centric or a public health decision. So it becomes very difficult for those of us who are doctors in waiting. When will we be called upon? And if I am called upon to intubate a patient, and I speak for every ophthalmologist who's been in the business for 20 years, we will not know what to do.
Right.
And the biggest, from circumventing your empathy to crisis standards, that's the other dilemma that most of my colleagues and I are confronted with. For us, it was just normal to operate on a person who was not seeing well enough and say, okay, I can restore your vision to 100%. Let me do it. But today, not only do I have to tell myself that I'm not supposed to do that, but also tell the patient that your vision is not so important, that I allocate a set of PPE to you, or I run the risk of letting you contact COVID, or if you are an asymptomatic carrier, for me to contract it from you and to give it to the rest of my staff. These are unprecedented times for us in ophthalmology also. And a lot of loss of vision that we will see during the COVID-19 crisis, most of it is not going to be because of COVID. Most of it is going to be because of lack of care that we can offer to those who have other debilitating diseases.
Thank you for saying that.
So my practice is glaucoma. Glaucoma is usually a low-grade, chronic process that is long-term, and my patients stay with me for life. But some of them will require emergent attention. And most of the triage is ridiculous, because I'm speaking with them on the phone, and I have to decide whether it's worth it to have a 70-year-old who's complaining of a decrease in vision, whether I want them to risk a visit to the hospital or not. And it's critical, and it's also very difficult, because most of what we do, most of what we say or do in our practices is so clued into a conversation that is personal, and a smile that you feed off, and a flick, a tremor that will tell you more than the words ever will. And all of that now is lost. So most of the cues to a good clinical decision are lost to me. And to start work from there is crazy. To start talking and to let your voice alone be enough for a patient who's elderly, or to understand that when the loss of vision is actually objective and not somebody freaking because they're scared and want to have some kind of human contact. These are real world problems. And for us to learn to circumvent that empathy and say, no, I will not see you in the hospital, is perhaps one of the biggest dilemmas, moral dilemmas, that I have seen. there was a back of the envelope scratch survey that the All India Ophthalmic Society ran in the country. And they found that 1/3 of the ophthalmologists have been depressed during the lockdown. Most of it is obviously financial, because you have salaries to pay, you have practices to run, and you're doing nothing because all elective surgery off. Most of elective surgeries in ophthalmology are also discretionary spends at some point in time. The biggest crosses are discretionary spends, so they are not going to come back anytime soon. But a lot of it is also stems from being doctors in waiting, and it's it's terrible. It's a very tough space to be in, where you are telling patients to not come to you, and you're telling yourself that you're doing it for their own good and for your own good. It's a very strange reality to be confronted with. And when we're talking about COVID-related deaths, we're talking of people who are tested positive for SARS-CoV-19. But we're not looking at deaths because other people were not attended to. And the death rate thereafter because of COVID is going to be almost twice the numbers that we're seeing. Because at least in Delhi and Gurgaon, where I am, the hospitals have been turned into COVID facilities, and people who have other problems are not being attended to. That's a resource crunch that is unimaginable. So you have a heart attack and you can't go to your nearest hospital because it's a COVID facility, and suddenly you need to drive an hour to get to someplace. What are the chances? What are the odds of you being able to fight off that stroke, or finding a spot because all of the beds have been taken over by COVID? This has also been an era of extreme disinformation. Extreme. Because as a doctor, I fight more WhatsApp University graduates than anyone else. Everyone has an opinion. No, really, Rakesh, you don't know this. It is the other pandemic that we as doctors are fighting in this country, at least.
I agree.
Pandemic
Totally
and misinformation. Every day I would open up and see something different. What saved me truly, I think, was we had a global board of advisors. And even when someone contacted me in January, well, we were talking about this in December when I was going to the NFL and building up for the Super Bowl. And I heard about it and everybody was kind of, what do we do? So I contacted a friend of mine in the government. And I said, what's really going on here? He said, oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry. There's nothing. Don't worry about it. So I trusted them, right? So then, we get past the Super Bowl and I start hearing a lot more buzz, and we got our global board of advisors, and I start hearing, we're shutting down our country. And I go, what? And we're still not talking anything. So I start digging out white papers and going out and researching, looking at CDC. Have they produced anything? No, they were all classified. Then I started going to infectious disease doctors, and then I started going to the universities, and then I found an article that said that, no, this is not airborne, it's aerosol. I'm like, what the heck's the difference? So our president's telling everyone, technically he's correct, but this is the way he controlled the situation. It's not airborne. Okay. But what's the difference between airborne and aerosol? But then they started gagging the media. I noticed by the questions they were being asked, that were being asked, because I am in this industry. I know what they will do to you, right? So you can't go into this room and talk about this. We're only talking about this, all right? And if you ask a wrong question, that will be taken away from you.
We don't address the media in our country. We are better than you. We just don't talk to the media.
I know. That's why we do this. That's why we have this network. That's why Nick and I decided this is better. So I'm sitting there listening to our media, who's sharing to everybody who believes every word they say, ask the same stupid questions over and over. So when's our schools going to open up? Nobody was asking, is it dangerous for me? What will it do to my lungs? What can happen to me? Who should I call? Not one time did anyone say, who should I call? We started that conversation on IBM TV before anyone, because they wouldn't do it. And he was always saying it's not airborne, but yet I read that article that said it was aerosol and it creates a blood storm in the body that can cause organ damages and strokes. And this was in February. So I agree with you. It's misinformed and intentionally misinformed.
And all institutions have crumbled, which is the craziest part, because there is no leadership to listen to or or to trust. Your Prime Minister is the only exception, Rakesh. She is such a wonderful woman to have.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she has feet of clay, but I haven't found them yet. So I do adore her for now.
No, she's not the only one. There are
others.
South Korea did a very good job. Taiwan did a very good job. Yeah, that's what I was saying a few
all
sessions
of them women.
ago.
We just need more Kimberleys in the world.
The women have left the men standing way behind, and they're hardwired for that. Look at evolution. Women were hardwired to cooperate, sharing duties of looking after children, sharing duties of so many other things, managing the house. They're hardwired to be leaders, but we have this, which is where we still, the animal.
We are.
What is still
we as a nation.
No, not nation. It's the world.
No, but we as a nation used the lockdown to learn how to make panna cotta. We forgot the ventilators. So we are nuts. We are completely nuts. Our Instagram was flattened.
The statistics in India are completely wrong. I think we're lying about everything. A long time ago, a Chinese diplomat told an Indian diplomat who happened to speak to me. He said, "The problem with you Indians is that you believe your own propaganda.
You believe your own press, and we do, which is really ridiculous
because Sarah's got something to add to this.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you. What I wanted to say was that what's really interesting is how we had talked about disunity and about how we're looking for our leadership to take care of us. And when I think it really comes down to it, the problem is we're disunited within ourselves. We don't take as good enough care of ourselves. And that, like what you were talking about, Kimberly, where no one's asking, who do I call? Is this dangerous? We're just so interested in the parts of ourselves that are outside of ourselves that the focus on ourselves and our internal well-being, it's just been lost. And that translates into the propaganda and the misinformation that's being distributed by the governments that's going to support different political agendas rather than supporting our own health and our own well-being. And I think that division is what can be seen in each part of these as the underlying motivation.
I agree. That's a good point. And something else that has disturbed me through all of this, with all of our science and technology, not one time has anyone put together a programming, which I'm trying to do, where we have a microscope, video microscope of the research going on every day. We've got CDC, we've got NFID, National Foundation of Infectious Disease, we have WHO, and not one of those industries or organizations that are paid for by the public's taxes for global research is showing any legitimate research to us to either calm our fears, educate us so that we know how to better take care of ourselves. Not once. If I were paying them, they would be very transparent. In the lab, there would be a camera, and you would see what and every child could see what research was going on and could hear their conversations.
It's the IPR dollar. It's the IPR dollar, Kimberly. That is the wall. The IPR dollar.
They're not IP organizations.
We are good in creating a lot of
IPR dollar, intellectual property right dollar. That is what is
not just that.
I don't think it's just that either. I think that we don't have enough initiative to want to try to take care of ourselves and get that information for ourselves.
May I just interrupt on this one? So research is not something that changes from day to day, Kimberly. If you are asking for a day-to-day update on what is a clinical research, it's going to be very difficult to put it out there. It's also going to be extremely detrimental to the cause of medicine in general if you have a day-to-day update on what they find. The credibility of a research is in time, because they can't come to you and say it works today and come back and tell you it doesn't, because that's what has been happening. In fact, there's been a flood of data, a flood of papers. If you were to go onto PubMed, the .nih.gov website that is peer-reviewed literature in medicine, you would see about 8,000 papers on COVID-19. It hasn't been 8,000 days. There is, information has to be, it can't just be data out there. It has to be processed into knowledge before it's put out into the public domain. So I understand the reticence in terms of sending out practice patterns or all of these guidelines that continue to remain in evolution and that confound all of us who are in clinical practice.
Yeah.
But the biggest stake in the game is the fact that there is so much misinformation. People who are not authorized to talk, and they talk through their hats. There is no telling them to shut up. I have had arguments with friends and family who are asking me to use a particular homeopathy drug, saying it's going to protect me from COVID. I was like, really?
And what tests have been performed to prove this in the last 3 months?
Well, the government of India has put it out on its government website, so it's part of our. It is ridiculous. What have you done to prove that this works?
We've been drinking bleach.
Who was tested? That's what I want to know. Who was it?
That is the problem with too many recommendations coming in too quickly, and everyone's running around to buy that. It's on the black market.
And Dr. Bharti, to add on that, we have a WhatsApp university in India which publishes a lot of data around
all
it.
the time.
And,
you cannot buy paracetamol. Now you cannot buy paracetamol. You can't buy Tylenol in this country anymore. You can't.
Wow.
You can't because it's off the shelves. Everyone's stocked up. You cannot go and buy an oximeter now because everyone's bought one. There is no HCQS to be had for love or for money. It is madness.
No toilet paper.
That's crazy.
That's right. We thought toilet paper.
That's what we hear about.
You were only thinking of we have jets in our washrooms. We are happy with our toilet paper. We are stocking up on
We have jets in our washrooms.
We're stocking up on
We're not the ones. It is madness.
Where's our brains? They're talking about drugs. We're talking about toilet paper.
And we are hoarding medication.
I know.
Even
Kimberly,
when you were putting up the data, which was depressing me, but the first thought that I had was, what are those numbers? Like you look at certain countries and you think, where are we getting that data? Because if I see a number associated to a certain country, I won't name any particular country, and I say, I bet that's not true. And so we look at these charts and we say, oh, let's draw some reasonable conclusions. Why? Because we don't know if those numbers are accurate. We don't know if there's a great disparity between reality and the numbers they're producing.
Well, the numbers are not going to be, as an engineer, we all know that first off, not everybody's been tested, right? So first off, you scrape that, right? So the numbers are just based on how many people are being tested. But what this gives us is a baseline. It's not be used for 100% reality. It's a baseline to help us form what can happen. It's not even really a good predictive analysis tool. We've talked about this because a lot of the doctors who've been on our show would be, wow, it'd be great if we could take this data and do this with it. It just can't be done. But no, you got to have a baseline to see something. Yeah. Is it 100%? No, but to demyth the misconceptions, the doctors in the United States are not allowed to identify a COVID death unless they were tested positive with COVID. If they were not tested, if they died and they were never tested, but they died of COVID, then that didn't count. But everybody goes, oh, they're labeling everything COVID.
We are better. If you have diabetes or hypertension and you are COVID positive and you die, it's not a COVID death.
Well, there you go. See,
but better than you
could have caused it, right? COVID could have pushed you off the cliff. So
half of us are hypertensives and diabetics. We are the diabetes capital of the world.
So there you go. So how do you justify that? When my father died, he had X amount of diseases. Diabetes was at the top that caused most of them. And on the day of his death, they labeled it something. And I'm like, out of all of these, we chose that one.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted it to be diabetes because of it, but no, because diabetes had caused all of these, but they picked one, right? Heart failure. So because that's what happened, his heart failed, right? So how do you determine, did COVID push them off the cliff with their low immune system, or was it the low immune system that got compromised because of COVID, and they died of the low immune system or compromised immune system? So yeah, but again, the data is not 100%. What it is a baseline.
I understand.
To work from, but a lot of people don't understand that, Jim. A lot of people want it to be 100%, or else it's not worth it. But you got to have something to work from. Otherwise,
to Sarah's point, how do you take self-control over something like diabetes? I think there are things that you can do, but you can't just eliminate it. There's some things that attack our bodies that we just have to cope with. And you know better than I do, Kimberly, about this sort of thing. But there are things that you can do that make you feel better, to make you more resistant to these things that are attacking us from the external environment. And I don't know if we're taking care of ourselves well enough to do that.
We're lazy generation. Everything is instant gratification, and I'm sure that everyone can agree to that. We all expect everything. I call it the microwave generation, but we all expect everything to come and result out in less than 3 minutes. We Twitter instead of explain. Everybody gets insulted in text, because if you text too long, they don't want to read it. If you don't text enough, you missed it. So we're all about instant gratification. And
it's that disunification within ourselves.
Yes, and I think that we need to open our eyes. I'm glad we got an eye doctor here, but we need to. But again, perfect eyesight isn't the vision for something like this. It's understanding, knowledge, right? The more knowledge we have, but again, it's like you keep saying, we've been so misinformed. And Nick and I got out of the normal network, the high-paying network industry, because we saw that they would tell us, if it doesn't bleed, you don't leave. All right. So if you're not causing the drama that brings it, and I'm like, that doesn't solve the problems. That's not helping people think right. They want people to be in riots. They want people to be angry and cause deaths, because that's their lead story. And so Nick and I took a step back after dealing with CBS, PBS, all of these S's. And, I said, I don't want to work for the networks anymore. And because they don't want to learn, they don't want to educate, they don't want to close that gap of poverty to sustainability, so that there are reduced crimes. And so I said, so if we can get our own network, I'm still on board. So he did. He goes, let's do it. So we did. We started this so that we can give the information. And we got a timeout.
You have timeout. I think Dr. Bharti needs to
Dr.
have some other appointment. I'm not sure.
No, this was really fun, but I really need to be somewhere else.
It's very educational. You opened our minds and hearts. Thank you so much. Please come back.
Before you go, I'll tell you, you have a very beautiful sound and very powerful voice. And all of you are excited to see you on IBM TV.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. You're lovely. Please come back.
Have a good time. Yes, I will, definitely.
We'll keep spreading the word.
Yes, we really need to. God knows we need to.
Yeah, we will. So, wow.
Kimberly, when you had your chart up and those numbers were changing instantaneously, for some reason, I was drawn to the tweets, the number of tweets that were tweets. And I thought, there's one way to make that number stop spinning so fast.
Trump's my refrigerator on my house meter, okay? I was thinking the same thing, Jim. I'm like, I know how to slow that one down. That's an interesting story in itself, the check fact for Twitters. And the person I felt sorry for the most was the person who did the check fact, right? The employee. And Trump and his staff started harassing the employee until I guess the employee was totally depressed and devastated. Like they literally attacked the employee that was doing the fact check, doing his job. Well, what I don't understand is, do you know who makes the rules and policies for all the fact checks? The leaders of every country. Trump himself. The leaders of each country establish certain criteria that each social media has to maintain, and they put in fact checks. And all of these big social media companies have to abide by those if they're going to be operating or allowed to be used in those countries. So the leaders establish the fact checks that happen.
Well, Sasha, I was going to ask you, because I know you were born in Odessa, but I know you know Putin very well. And do you think the numbers coming out of Russia are accurate?
I don't think that any numbers are accurate in any country. Russia is very specific in that respect. The Brazil stopped publish any numbers whatsoever. So basically, I think, Kim, you're right. It's basically just a guideline just to see some proportions, something to discuss, something to talk about. It's nothing more than that. I've heard, when I just came in, I've heard something about diabetics and the conditions or so on. Just let me elaborate that I have type 2 diabetes for last probably 25 years, maybe more. Okay, I'm taking some pills. Sometimes I remember what it is, sometimes I don't. But rather than that, I don't do the blood test myself at all. I don't even want to know, and I don't care what is my blood level right now as we speak, because there is no use of it. It just takes my time, my attention to deal with that, and I don't care. I have probably another 5, maybe 10 years left, and I want to every day to have drink, cigar, meaningful conversation, and just live my life to the fullest. I'd like to travel. I like to do many, many things. And I don't care about this diabetes. So without diabetes, maybe I would live 5, 10 years longer. With diabetes, I will die 5, 10 years sooner.
I want to share something with you. There's something to be said about enjoying every moment of your life and de-stressing your body, right? You could live longer by not worrying about it, right? And that you balance. You've probably got one of the most balanced lives of people I know. You have a routine, which is very, very important. You enjoy talking to people. You play your chess games. You have a drink, but you probably don't overdrink. And you have a cigar, right? And these are balances. These are not over abusive of any particular thing, right? They're not abusive of those things. And that a doctor told me that one time. He said, just don't abuse these things. And you'll be fine. So
actually, the greatest pleasure is
everything in moderation.
Moderation, exactly. What was that, Sasha?
Yeah, I don't know. The most important and most pleasurable thing is when you make a decision which cigar with which drink go.
That's
so sometimes, yeah. So what I was, yeah, the most important point is to think first. Okay, if you already made decision about cigar, then which drink will come best with the cigar. However, if you decided that this is a drink I want today, so then you have to figure out which cigar would complement that drink. So you always still have to make decision what comes first, drink or cigar. And based on that, all your other decisions happen.
Sasha is much wiser than I am, because I would have, my personality was, hey, if I had one cigar was great. Well, 2 cigars would be better.
Okay. Now we're talking moderation. Sarah, moderation. I think Rakesh would agree about moderation, but I think what we're talking about here is that there's a lot to be said about our mental state of mind. There you go.
This is a friend of mine brought from Cuba.
Yes, you can get those in Canada. I can't.
They're legally sold in Canada. That's right. Yeah.
So, but the thing is that as a world, I think we all, in every country, we all have the same problems. I really do.
Yeah.
And the reason is somehow we all evolved doing the same things. We all watch way too much TV. We all eat way too much junk food. There's no more healthy foods from our cultures that we were probably grew up with, right? We've all evolved in relying on a 1 minute fix, like a pill to fix us. And so we're all dealing with the same problems now. And I think we need to take a look at that. Have we really united globally? No, we talk about it, but we really, I mean, we're just now starting. This is the bridge we're starting to build, not the wall, but the bridge. And this is what I kept saying 2 years ago. We don't need any more walls. If you look at every wall in history of time, where is it at right now? Where?
Wall.
A piece of art being moved around all over the place. Okay? So every wall that was built to divide has been torn down over time. Why build walls? Why not build bridges and figure out the problems between people?
Trump wants to make himself known as an artist. That's why he's making this wall.
He wants a monument, okay? The president gets a monument, and a wall that big, it will be the biggest monument in history of time for a president.
Yeah. He's not going to make Mount Rushmore, so he wants his own.
He wants his own Mount Rushmore. I don't know. I could be speaking out of line here, and we don't have a gag law here, but we try to be somewhat,
Sorry.
Uncontentious, right? Uncontentious, but very funny too, right? And educational. That these are realities that we're dealing with. These are realities, right? Somebody wanted to build a wall.
Kim, I was searching about a word which could suggest that we are not educated in terms of nature, and I couldn't find a good word. I think Rakesh could help us. But what I found out is that we are educated, but we are not nature-cated, or maybe natural-cated.
Yeah.
So we are not educated in terms of nature, but we are educated. We have all those degrees of PhDs and MBAs and things like that, but we don't know how to maintain or how to balance our nature.
Yes.
What do you think? Yeah, what do you think, Rakesh?
I'm reminded of the words of a book called the Bhagavad Gita, which is supposed to have been said by Krishna, one of our myriad gods. And in that he says that we need to see ourselves as part of nature, and he calls it the supreme being and the Brahman. Brahman is the Sanskrit word for the universe. And unfortunately, that has been misinterpreted as Brahmin, which is a certain caste. But that's what is Brahmand is the correct pronunciation, Sanskrit pronunciation. So if we see ourselves as part of that, which is, as I said, the Maori belief, the Native American belief, we will understand the need for harmony with that. So rather than naturecation or saying, I would just look at being in harmony with nature. I'm reminded of your friend Irina Krush,
yes.
Sasha, who just took a natural remedy and it helped her expedite her recovery.
Golden milk.
Yeah, and I was also thinking of you, Dr. Yu, when you said improve your immunity, that remedy which we use in India is for immunity, So one of the reasons I love coming back to this show is because so many ideas spark when you listen to people, thinking people, not just talking people, but thinking people. So that's the reason I love to come to the show. There's so many things, especially from you, Sasha. I've got dark money with me.
Are you enjoying yourself?
I ordered it.
Just started it. I bought it. I got it online, and started to read it. But there's so many books that all of you have recommended that
I know.
find it difficult to parallel everything.
You see, Rakesh, there are in America there are two kinds of people. Those people who read Dark Money and those people who didn't read the Dark Money. That's all there is to it. I read it twice. First time I just I read it in like one day, all of it. Now, second time, I enjoyed myself, and I just started really to go into details or so. The first time, I just, bam, done. And then I started to read second time. So tomorrow, I will start to read it after my chess program. I will start to read it third time, really to start delving into it.
I love the vehemence with which you come across. It's amazing.
Absolute certainty.
But besides Rakesh, who else read that book? Besides Rakesh, who else read that book here?
I've ordered it. It has not.
Oh, you
yet
ordered it. Good.
And I'm going to order it. I'm overwhelmed right now, but I will, because I want to be part of talking about this book. I also I cannot wait until we start doing the trade show where we're talking about doing stock
That is
trade.
what I was,
I'm really excited.
The news about finance and trade.
Okay, this yesterday, what's happened yesterday in the stock market is absolutely fantastic thing for people who want to invest, because a lot of good quality stocks were on sale yesterday. They're moving slightly higher today. But you know what's the best thing about stock market? It's always there. It will be there tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. So you're never late. There is still something to do. So just take your time, don't worry about anything, and just do selective trades here and there. But remember, preservation of capital is the single most important thing. Preservation of capital. So don't listen to people who bought stock at $10 and sold at $575. Don't listen to all the story. Don't listen to all kind of advertisements on internet that if you have $500, we'll show you how to make 10,000 in the next 2 weeks and all that stuff. Don't listen. It's all garbage. Just keep your $500. Go to buy ice cream, maybe whiskey, and maybe something else.
No, go to Vegas.
You mean vodka? Come on.
Go to Vegas.
Yeah.
The flights are free right now. I read somewhere that the casino owners are paying for people's flights to Vegas. Take all of your spare money to Vegas. Spend your money in Vegas, and you might come out a winner. If not, you'll just come out happy. Right?
You know what the problem is Las Vegas? Apparently, all staff in the casinos, they're all wearing masks, but players do not. Players are not wearing masks, and that's why in the casinos now, a lot of people get sick. This coronavirus.
Well, Dr. Yu, I was going to ask you, because we were talking about boosting our immune systems, and I know it's the quality of the food that you want to when you consume meals, but does the amount of meals that you have during the day matter? That's something that's been on my mind.
Well, there's misinformation that we need 3 squares a day, but that was invented during the Industrial Revolution when we built all these factories, in the 1920s, 30s. It was convenient for the factory worker to eat around his work schedule, breakfast, lunch, dinner. But the reality is, if you look at our ancestors, we were in a state of ketosis all the time, little starvation, because we don't know when our next meal would come. We would hunt all day. You'd kill a saber-toothed tiger, or he would eat you. And you gorge on the meat and fat, and that'll give you energy for another few days of hunting or gathering berries, roots, tubers. And then we started farming. We did mass farming. Egypt is the first one to harvest wheat products, but because of the lectins in the wheat, the glutens, that was the beginning of heart disease. I think King Tut, he died at 17 years old. They did an autopsy on him. He died of heart disease, probably because of the wheat that they produced. And then we started processing foods, carbohydrates, trans fats, processed, because sugar could last on the shelf forever. The problem with fat, it spoils, so it's not a good, food to market. So, and then they start to vilify fat, when fat is what we need, omega-3. Your hormones, everything, your stem cells need fat, your brain, your nerves. So if we're told fat is the enemy, I'll just eat bread instead, right? I'm a vegetarian, I could eat bread. Well, No, I mean, or I'll eat raw tomatoes or spinach. No, they have lectins that causes leaky gut, and that's what makes you fat, because all the food and your feces, toxins leak in your body, causing inflammation. You swell up. So it's not just eating calories that makes you fat. Your fat surrounds toxins to protect it from not poisoning your body. Then you get more fat to surround the toxins. That's why you get a detox, and then the fat will burn off. So yeah, maybe 1 or 2 meals a day, just like our ancestors. We're also told, oh, breakfast should be your biggest meal. No, dinner should be. Here's why. You eat a big meal, you're going to release serotonin. You're going to be tired, right?
Yeah.
You want to eat before you sleep. Your biggest meal should be like, a few hours before you sleep, dinner. Then you can sleep well. You release L-tryptophan, serotonin. So, and then, just eat as much as you want, because once you kill that deer, that's your only meal. You don't know when it's coming from.
Yeah.
Now,
And
so
you
I can do a vegetarian, a non-meat diet, and their answers is probably more like a farmer's or hunter-gatherers. But you really have to be creative in getting fats in your diet. And the best way is fish or, coconut oils, grass-fed beef, poultry, stuff like that. So, like me, the answer is bulletproof coffee, grass-fed butter, brain octane coconut oil. The last show I showed you guys how to make it. So
and we actually wrote down the ingredients, and we're gonna post that video with your recipe.
Yeah.
And because that was just profound fun. I mean,
Jim, I do a 16-8 fast every day. So 16 hours, no food, no drink except for water and my bulletproof coffee. So if my last meal is 8 p.m. today, I won't eat till noon the next day. That's my 16 hours, but I can't have my polyphenol, omega-3, coconut oil rich coffee. And guess what? This will make you empty your bowels every day, and you'll release all the poisons and toxins. There's nothing like a good movement. Come on,
Right, yeah.
Then
every day.
We put the newspaper under our arm. We go in the bed. It's the best time in the world. Empty your bowels, and then you're emptying your cancer compounds.
Yeah.
And what are you calling that?
So
you're calling that, what is it called?
It's his own drink. He makes it in himself, and we're going to bring it back later.
Yeah, bulletproof coffee. Yeah,
the recipe, because it's phenomenal. But he did it like he just came off his bike ride. He came into the house and he was talking to us, and he's making it. And he goes, "Okay," so and he made the whole thing for us and he's right. It's got all of the healthy things you need to get you through the day, and you drink it slow through the day. But it's got the things that keeps your energy up too. Because I notice if I eat a big meal throughout the day, I
get sluggish.
I get tired. I get fatigued. I'm like, oh my God, I just ate too much from lunch. I shouldn't have done that. If I eat a little bit and drink throughout the day, a lot, you'll see me drinking a lot of water and lemon waters, right? Just to give you some flavor, but energy. Lemon's very, very good for you for other things. But drink a lot throughout the day, you're not as hungry. And if you have something with fatty stuff in them, like Dr. Yu's sharing with us, it's energy, right? It's good for you. It's healthy. It's and
the good thing is in the 8-hour feeding period, you can pretty much do whatever you want. I mean, you should eat healthy, but you've kind of deserved, I'll have a piece of chocolate or or ice cream, as long as it's in an 8-hour window, and then your body will empty it in 16 hours, give your digestive system a rest. And then you're going to make what's called autophagy. Your body will eat its own dead cells. It'll get rid of the dead cells that are causing toxin release, and that'll make room for your body to make new stem cells to regenerate all your tissues, right?
But Dr. Yu, I have learned a great deal already, because I always have been saying have a light dinner so that I'll sleep better. And so now I'm changing my way of thinking. But I was recently diagnosed with celiacs. So how do I get grains now? You know, it seems to me the only thing I can have is rice, because
that's the thing. Beans have lectin. You got to cook it real well. But to get complete amino acid profile, you have to combine beans and rice. The problem with brown rice is your body has to break it down. The problem with the white rice, it breaks down too fast, so it spikes your blood glucose.
Right.
You can't win. Well, you just gotta food combine, and find what your digestive system can tolerate. Like some people can't tolerate oatmeal, right? But if you fast, give your digestive system. You see, your gut is, if you spread it out, the square footage is equal to a tennis court. It's huge, but it's thin as one cell. So you have one thin layer to protect all your waste products that's supposed to go through your pipes and the body. But when you eat wheat, it causes leaky gut. It opens up the gut. All your feces leak in your body. You know, you're gonna have toxins and poisons all over. So yeah, I think you
stem cells.
Experiment by 16-8 diet. Eat more fats, fish. Throw some grass-fed beef in there and veggies. You know,
and butter.
Dr. Gundry, just follow him. Just Google Dr. Gundry's diet. And he'll teach you how to eat and heal your gut.
I like following
now,
you.
What if you're a vegetarian? What would you recommend?
What blood type are you? Are you
B, I think.
Yeah,
I think I'm a B, but don't transfuse me because I'm not 100%.
Well, if I take you to Burger King and I order a double quarter pounder with cheese and bacon, that smell will convert you. So I ain't taking Burger King, okay? That'll convert anyone, you know. If I order a meat lover's Pizza Hut and you haven't eaten for days, you know, it'll be dangerous. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, I won't do that to you. Yeah, so vegetarian.
I appreciate it.
Make sure you don't use that excuse to eat a lot of like cakes and wheat and breads.
A carbitarian is what we call them as vegetarians.
Exactly. Yeah. You can still do the 16-8 diet. Do you like coffee or?
Oh yes, I love coffee.
That's for a bean. It has polyphenols. Are you like total veggie? Will you? I mean, how about butter? Is that no? Butter or eggs or?
No, that's vegan. So I'm just a vegetarian. I don't eat anything that's like an animal, but I do eat animal byproducts like eggs or cheese or milk.
Oh, you do eat dairy then?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so just get grass-fed butter. And could you give a link to the show where I teach you guys? And then
we're gonna play that show. We're gonna play that video, and Kit can find it. We're gonna pull it back up because we've been these, and we're gonna play that.
Yeah, Sarah and I are all over it.
Well,
yes.
For you, Sarah, your best friend is going to be avocados and coconut. Any coconut products and avocados. We got to get as much omega-3 fats in you. I'm glad you can eat eggs. Your breakfast is going to be like 3 hard-boiled eggs, eat the yolk with avocado. And then you can have sourdough bread as your toast. No gluten, all right? You can't have sourdough bread, I'll say that.
Really?
Now, why is that?
Spinach, no, you can't eat it raw. Tomatoes, no. You have to cook them. They have lectins. That's going to cause leaky gut. Because plants have oils that defend themselves from predators eating them. So certain plants, you have to cook them. But Dr. Gundry will teach you that. But I know that raw spinach is not meant to eat raw. All right? So you got to cook them. Yeah. So yeah, you can do a vegetarian diet. Yeah, I'm glad you can eat dairy. You know, I love grass-fed milk because it's not pasteurized because all the probiotics are in there. You know.
Yeah, and I eat avocado like all the time. I'm very close with avocado.
Guacamole, avocado, those are our new best friends. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
2 converts.
There you go.
Whatever happened to the fried chicken, the biscuits, and the butter and the cream?
Hey, as long as the butter's grass-fed, the chicken is organic, and the crumblings that you use for the batter is grass-fed, and it's organic and non-GMO and fried in coconut oil, why not?
Hey, you know, we should do a show on the most unhealthy food in America, and all we have to do is walk down Main Street or any street in the U.S.
No, you go to the
show. We find a lot of it.
You go to the fairgrounds, they have chocolate-covered bacon deep fried.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we have fried Twinkies. That's a tough one to beat.
Now, if you
I am not kidding. The North Carolina State Fair fried Twinkies eat your heart out the rest of the world.
Someone needs to
I'm not
make
sure how you do that.
Twinkies covered in chocolate, covered in bacon.
Jim is blushing when he thought of fried Twinkies. That means in a prior life you actually may have eaten Twinkies.
It's not a prior life, in this life.
Oh, in this life you ate Twinkies? You're going to admit this?
I ate Twinkies when I was a kid, and I thought they were the greatest invention in the world.
Oh, really? Okay, so fried Twinkies.
Not the Happy Meal, huh? I thought the Happy Meal was.
Yeah. Well, I was a kid, so I didn't know about the Happy Meals yet.
Yeah. So Dr. Yu, what's happening with the coronavirus? I hear we have it all under control. We're opening up the country, and there are going to be no more deaths. Is that correct?
Well, like I said, I have this joke, and I think it's half true. I discovered the cure for the coronavirus pandemic. So I accidentally deleted my news app on my iPhone, and the virus disappeared. So, now, a lot of people, and I'm not trying to downplay it. I mean, I've heard of people who've lost loved ones, but guess what? Those loved ones had other comorbidities, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, whatever. So did that cause the death, or did this COVID virus? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I'm hearing people dying of a heart attack, and they'll test them for coronavirus after they're dead.
Yeah.
Oh, they're positive. They must have died from corona. No, they died from a myocardial infarction.
Right.
And now we're opening up the country, and there's hotspots of second outbreaks. I'm like, well, duh. These people have not been tested yet.
Right.
I heard there's a different strain of the cold virus every winter. And guess what? Everyone gets it.
Yeah.
But you develop an immunity. Some people die from it, but usually they're 80 years plus, and they have other diseases, especially diabetes, that make them more susceptible.
Yeah.
Because diabetes causes a lot of inflammation, the sugar. And we're just talking about that. Sugar is the enemy, not fat. All right?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I saw the stats. It's like as you hit 60, it escalates as you get older, but under 60, it's kind of just another flu. I mean, I didn't see really, like, if you're under 60, whether or not you should be worried about it. But if you're over 60, you know, to the extent you also have pre-existing conditions, your mortality rates increase, and they keep going up every decade.
Well, we're using Fred Flintstone draconian measures. We're using like 16th century measures to cure a 21st century disorder.
Right.
But the reality is, we just need herd immunity, right? Some people will get sick, and some people will pass away, but that's going to happen naturally anyways with any type of virus. But we can't stay in our caves all year, or we're going to get rickets. That's what happened to the Neanderthals in France. They were in the caves during the Ice Age. They didn't get any vitamin D3 from the sun, and they developed a bone disease caused rickets, deformity. So they weren't another form of man. They were Homo sapiens like you or me. Their bones just looked bigger because they were deformed. All right, which kind of is like another finding saying, hey, maybe we didn't evolve from apes. Maybe we're just a pure separate creation. That's what it looks like. Last time I checked, my kids didn't have a tail. You breed 2 dogs together, 1,000,000 years, you get dogs. You don't get a human. You breed 2 worms together or 2 frogs, 1,000,000 years, you don't get a human. So I think we're a separate, special creation. So we actually have a soul, But anyways, I kind of got off chart there. But yeah, why be afraid to get out? Just keep your immune system strong, and you'll be less healthy if you're indoors all the time. You get more stress. You're not getting sun. You're not getting exercise. You're eating comfort foods.
Yeah. Well, I think if you're over age 60, you're going to have to be careful about how you.
Well, yeah, those people.
Okay, but if you're under 60, I'm not sure if like when they open up the beaches and say if we open up the beaches, young people they get coronavirus. So what? I looked at mortality rates. It's like flu rates. I mean, they're nothing spectacular at all. So why not allow them to go to the beach and engage and go to restaurants and frankly live a normal life? Well, now, when you hit that magic number of 60, then you have to look at this a little differently.
I think the powers to be, the cabal, their agenda to, force an untested, rapidly approved vaccine without any safety studies, no animal studies, and then Moderna Pharma will make their trillions. I mean, it could be what it's about, because they can argue, oh, you can't go a public place until you're vaccinated. How dare you not vaccinated because you're not protecting the public? Well, hey, I never get the, flu vaccine, and I'm not protecting others. I have a strong immune system, all right?
Right. Yeah. So when I was younger, I never got it.
Second wave, and they say, oh, there's going to be a lockdown again. I don't think businesses could take it. People are going to come out and riot. I totally agree. They're used to rioting, because of the Black Lives Matter. God bless, and we need to do that. There needs to be awareness, all right? And there needs to be awareness, like, hey, you can't tell the barber to close down again. He'll be out of business.
Right.
But you can say, I'll take one client at a time, and I'll maintain social distance. Well, you don't shut them down.
Right.
And, look, I haven't had a haircut in 3 months. I'm going crazy. I got Kung Fu Theater hair, When is my salon going to open? It's crazy,
I just need a razor. Rakesh, you got something to say.
Yeah, I'm just a question for Dr. Yu. Is it that you do not believe in evolution and the principles that evolution happens over a population, not individuals?
Well, here's the deal. I believe in science, right? So science says you can observe it. You can observe it in a test tube. Problem is evolution. It supposedly happened over millions or billions of years. So you can't observe.
If you don't believe in evolution, that's another story.
Into a frog, into a
evolution
reptile,
is part of science.
monkey,
It's an established scientific theory.
Yeah. There's no
established scientific theory. It's an established body of knowledge. So my question is just this: do you believe in it or not?
Well,
or do you accept it or not?
My problem is it's taught to us in science class as if it's fact. When it's
it is fact.
Yeah,
it
and they have the picture of the monkey, and
you have a right to your opinion.
So we're brainwashed that it happened, but you can't observe that. Yeah,
thank you. So you don't think that evolution is real?
I understand. You're a creationist. That's all right. You have a right to your opinion.
I'm a scientist, so let me ask you. But
science is evolution.
Yeah. So
that's okay. If you're a creationist,
there are no intermediate forms. Like there's no
this has all been argued and sorted out by science a long time ago.
But Rakesh,
I have a hard time believing I came from a worm.
Okay, that's all right. You're right to your beliefs.
So, how do you even think about the science behind that, though? I mean, when you look at that, what do you think that it is? Just, lies?
No, it's all right. Everybody's got a right to their opinions. I have a different opinion, and I'm fine with it.
But they don't have to be mutually exclusive.
No, that's all right. And I'm not saying that they have to be.
I
will not participate
premise, Rakesh,
where science
is
proven science is not accepted.
Living matter.
I agree with you, Rakesh.
Yeah, if this
living matter can I talk, dude? Living matter.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Living matter will become more complex to a more advanced, evolved species. So you're saying that a fish has evolved into a human over 1 billion years, what is the driving force? Something of simpler form is evolving something more complex. A human is a lot more complex than a worm or a fish. Now, this is going against the second law of thermodynamics, which is that the universe is decaying. Things tend to go in disarray. Look at my desk. It's in disorder. I have to put energy to organize it. So what is the driving force that would make a fish evolve into an amphibian, to a reptile, to a dinosaur? A dinosaur evolves back into a bird, into a human. What is the energy? What is the driving force? Where are the intermediate forms? Where are the half dinosaurs, half bird in the fossil record? In the fossil record, all the animals are formed perfectly. There's no deformations. There's no mutations. There's no like half humans, a human head, and a monkey's feet. It's either the species is perfectly formed or it's not. There's no experimentation or failed, right, evolutions in the
What about
fossil
chickens?
record. But think about it. Why would evolution go against the second law of thermodynamics, which the universe is decaying? All right, like whose desk is organized without putting energy into organizing it, right? You had to put energy, you had to put thought into it. All right, which is, it just leaves us with the other possibility. There must be a supreme being, aliens like me. You believe there's a God who created us, but not of happenstance. Okay, it's
What
like
about
you could take 1 billion monkeys and put them in 1 billion rooms, right? And the probability that they will retype the Iliad word for word is greater than the chance that we evolved from a primordial soup of cells, billions of years ago, from a lightning bolt.
like a sperm?
Even Einstein admitted the universe was made in one instant, the Big Bang Theory, and then the sun came out. You see, we can't live without the sun, right? We need it for vitamin D3 or hormones, grow vegetation. And the Earth just happens to be at the exact same distance to sustain life. It was a few miles closer to the sun, we would burn up. A few miles away, we would freeze up. So are we saying the Earth just happens to be at the exact distance where the sunlight hits the Earth to create vegetation and ozone, vitamin D3, so we don't burn up? I mean, that's like zillions and zillions. That's like the monkey retyping the Iliad word for word 1 billion times is greater than us being existence in here. Yeah. Plus, by the way, we have a soul, and I think everyone here could agree with that. And how is a soul?
I've run into people that don't have souls. I'll have to introduce.
Exactly. Yeah, it's called a doll's eye. Like, yeah.
I swear they don't have souls. They're souls.
There are people like that. Yeah.
Right.
Look in their eyes. It's like a doll's eye or a shark's eye.
I think creationists and evolutionist actually can intersect because they're not mutually exclusive if they spend a lot of time in these in that.
But my point is, you guys could believe whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
But the day the only thing that separates you from your last breath and whatever occurs in the afterlife is what you believe here. Is this over? You're just an animal, you're dead? Are you reincarnated? Or are you going to...
We can go to India and find out what they believe in reincarnation. Ankit, he's from India.
Yeah.
Do they believe in reincarnation over there in India?
Very much.
Very much. Okay, so people keep coming back and having the same.
Has anyone ever died here?
Not recently.
Near death experience.
Anyone ever died here or experienced a near death experience?
Not recently. I try to avoid that.
Avoid those? Yeah, so do I. But today is my 10th anniversary of a near death experience.
Oh, did you see a white light or what?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, and it was
Everybody sees that white light.
Well, here's what happened. I actually did follow it. I could hear them wanting to operate on me or do something. I was unconscious for almost 14 days, and not expected to live. They put me on the floor where nobody ever lives. And I wasn't really going to talk about this. I shared this with Ankit a little bit today, but I'm excited about it. But this brings this conversation out in me. As to what do we believe, and sometimes you don't believe things, and doubting Thomases until you experience them. But I did go into a white light, and as I continued into there, I entered a room, and there was a lot of celebrations going on. As I was walking around, I could see family members. It was very that have died before me, people that were there before me, and they were celebrating my grandmother's birthday. And it was a big cake, lots of candles, lots of conversations. And I walked around, but people recognized I was there, but it was as if I wasn't supposed to be there. And I tried to talk to them and have a conversation with them. And then I somehow came back. It seemed like a long time. I was very comfortable and happy in that environment. But when I came back, I also felt an urgency of living and surviving and being there for my family, right? So it was really weird. But when I did finally came to the world and woke up to comprehension, I was telling my sister about it, and she said, "Did you know that was grandmother's birthday?" I didn't. I had totally forgotten that as well. So maybe there was something spawning in my mind. I don't know. I don't ever remember even getting to celebrate my grandmother's birthday. But so I had no idea that's what it was. But it was her real birthday. When I crossed over, there I was. But was it real? I don't know. Do I believe it? I do, because I experienced it. I think that is what we're talking about, is the facts that are expressed by people's experiences, whether they were real or not. We might not ever know. But one thing I do know is everything that we determine in science, we undetermine. Okay? The earth was flat. We were told probably it was flat, and you would be hung if you said otherwise. And then one day somebody went beyond that and proved the earth wasn't. Now we've been to space and we prove it's a beautiful blue marble, right? So every day we define something as it is. In that exact breath and moment, somebody's proving different.
Yeah. Galileo was actually arrested for believing that the earth revolved around the sun, and he actually had to recant. He had to actually recant his position and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, the sun revolves around the earth."
Yeah.
Okay. And he's
He's
actually buried in Florence, Italy.
Right.
So,
I think everything that we experience in life is based on, I believe our beliefs are all based on a lot of our experiences that we've had in real life. Yeah. Whether they were real or not, and again, I don't know if it was real. I don't.
Yeah, but my point is, evolution is just as a faith as creation. Now, we didn't observe creation, and we didn't observe evolution. I mean, who's lived 1 billion years and observed it in a microscope? So it's just as a theory as anything else. That's my point. You can't say it happened, right? Yeah.
I think these are the thoughts of history that divided people many, many years ago, is what really happened, as opposed to how should we live today and move forward. I think sometimes we can live in history so much we hurt ourselves, just like we are today.
Well, like this, I mean, you could say, okay, someone believes in evolution, so we're just like a higher animal. We communicate better, right? Well, animals, I mean, do they have morals? I mean, they protect their young, right? But they kill each other. So if a human kills another human and eats them, that's called cannibalism. In the States, I mean, you'd be thrown to jail, right? Yeah. So it's like, I don't like people using that as an excuse to do whatever they want. Oh, we're just an animal. We're just evolved. Who are we to make all these laws? Well, it's called morality, which is based on your conscience, which is based on having a soul, So,
well, a lot of the laws, my mother-in-law was a devout Christian Baptist that went, or Presbyterian, but she would go to Sunday school every Sunday. But she had a unique perspective because she believed in science so much too, right? And her perspective on a lot of what the Bible was written and the laws that were written, if they were truly written so that the kings could control their armies, right? That they could control the people, because you're saying it's the word of whatever faith they were able to control. And I thought that weird for a conversation coming from a woman who believed so much in her Christianity and faith. And we would have these conversations. I thought that was interesting, but she also believed in science. She said there are a lot of things that are unexplained in science that say science definitely did these things, that we did definitely evolved from ape into man. How did that happen? You know, and she had her own perspectives, right? Which didn't really go along with the religious perspectives. So I felt like these conversations, you could go on and on for days and never come to an agreement that is 100% solidified.
Yeah, because they're both faith-based theories.
Well, they're faith-based theories, and
if I mix
is too. I don't care what anyone
says. Water, you get salt water 100% of the time. You can observe that. You can't observe an ape changing into a human, and even this fossil record, there's no intermediate forms. Like Piltdown Man with a pig tooth, and they built a human, mannequin around it. So they kind of fill in those gaps of what they want to see. That's my problem. Like when you go to the museum, you see the ape, and then he's like this. Those are fake, imaginations, So it wasn't observed in a microscope, but that's what science is. It's repeatable and observable. Yeah.
Well, and that's what is curious to me is like when we are looking under a microscope, what are we really seeing and how do we define these things, right? And then we move forth in faith that what we're doing is for the right. So, I mean, but everybody has their faith, their religion and everything. But at the end of the day, what becomes good for humanity moving forward, right? We're dealt with, and we talked about this earlier this morning, we're dealing with this cancer and disease that came out of nowhere. It's not really cancer, but it's a disease that came out of nowhere that's attacking all humans. Is this earth reacting to us and doing a reset button? But how do we approach it as humans and set aside our differences and work together to survive it? And we haven't figured that out yet.
Well, maybe that's because our survival mechanism is kicking in. In other words, so that's the reason we're trying to defeat this coronavirus. But, I agree with Dr. Yu. What we're doing is we're saying, hey, our finger's bleeding, so let's cut off our hand. I mean, is our solution. When it looks to me, again, I'm just looking at data. Again, data says that most people, at least under age 60, are going to have zero effect on the coronavirus, or it's going to be just another flu for them. Over 60, it's a different story. Most people in the working environment, in the day-to-day environment, are actually under 60. So why are they being sheltered? Why are they being quarantined? Why can't someone cut someone's hair? Because what we did is we took a meat cleaver and go whack for everybody. And we shouldn't have done that. We should have said, okay, under 60, but you're over 60, you do need to shelter in place and be aware, wear mask, or at least I was in Costco today, everybody was wearing masks, and they had specials. If you're over age 60, you can come in, under age 60, you come out. Yeah. That makes sense. Because once they're under age 60, unless there's something there that I'm missing, you're looking at just another flu. The one part of the problem we have is that we've had improvements in medical drugs that keep people living longer. So a lot of people are in their 90s, even hundreds. One of my grandmothers lived to 101. The other lived to 99. And when they get to that age, they get a flu or virus. Boing, they're gone. I mean, it's just look, they're 99, and they have some issues. So I don't think we took a rational approach to this at all in terms of what people should be doing. Well, like even our pool, we decide to reopen, and have people schedule hours, which is okay for everybody. But still, again, it looks to me that the virus is age discriminatory and all pre-existing.
I would think getting in the water and around chlorine would be safe. So I think you're in the water. splashing. You're getting this corona
Right.
wet.
Yeah, they did
We
that.
also get wet every day.
But what Dr. Yu is pointing out, which I agree, is the after effects. In other words, the other effects of quarantining a country, literally keeping them away from people, keeping them on their day-to-day jobs when it doesn't look like it's necessary until
like,
they reach a
for
certain
example,
age where they have pre-existing condition.
I got a friend in Wuhan. It's funny because during the outbreak, I'm like, oh, what's going on there? You know, the media is saying there's a huge outbreak. And he's like, well, you know, it's everyone's quarantined. And it wasn't as big as a deal as the media made it out to be, right? And then last month, they tested 10 million people in Wuhan. Guess what? Only 300 infected. And the media predicted a second outbreak there. Well, I know the inside story.
Yeah.
And now the riots, right? He WhatsApped me, oh, I'm concerned. How are the riots? What are you talking about? There was like a few isolated incidents. Most of them are peaceful demonstrations. So, like I said, the media feeds off of negative news, and that's how they,
If it bleeds, it leads. That's always been known. In other words, if you're going to present programming and it's going to be positive programming, people, I'm not sure if I'm going to watch it. I'm not sure it's any good. It doesn't entertain me. But if you get somebody, hey, somebody got shot the other day, gotta see it, you know. And so that's been our media for since the inception, and they actually thrive off of ratings. In other words, the number one thing is how many eyeballs watch somebody. If you get somebody who's shot, then you got a lot of eyeballs. If you got people who are doing good deeds, well, so what? You know, and that's been our media for years. And the executives of the media know this, and they live off of ratings and advertisers too. So what they do is they go, well, coronavirus is killing a lot of people. That's good. Why? Because we can put it on television and show all these people that are dying, and people watch because then it's something that's interesting. It's death. There are very, very few programs that are positive. There's one on CBS called Sunday Morning, which generally highlights good things that people are doing, but it gets certain and in other words, some people watch it, some people don't. But even in the movie industry, okay, they pulled Gone with the Wind. Now think about this, because Gone with the Wind has racial stereotypes, right? And then next thing, they're going to pull out they're going to put in Double Ditch Kill Everybody movie, and that's okay. In other words, that's not okay, you know. The thing is, but Hollywood, what is it? Die Hard with a Vengeance, or some of these strange movies that, and you see them. They come out of Hollywood. What was it? Quentin Tarantino was bad for it. In other words, people just randomly getting shot. You know, I forgot the name of his movies, but basically everything was blood.
Kill Bill, or
oh, there we go. Kill Bill. There we go. That's a good one.
Fiction. Yeah.
There we go. That's a good one. Kill Bill and Kill Bill 2. Okay. It's okay to watch that, but not Gone with the Wind. When did Kill Bill and Kill Bill 2 and Pulp Fiction be good to watch and consume?
Well, you see, our brain is wired
it's awful
to not be eaten by that saber-toothed tiger. So we're always looking for, we're all in awareness for danger. And the media knows that, so they want to tune into our amygdala to sense the danger, and then, I got to be aware. I got to listen to the herd and avoid that lion and run this way. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think you're right. I think our brains are triggered for, you know.
And then what happens is the front brain, which is your intelligence brain, cognitive, right, reasoning, shuts down, and then you default in your primitive brain. I got to protect myself. I'm in fear. And then you start reacting emotionally. Let's buy all the toilet paper at Costco, right? Let's hoard this, hoard that. Then the survival mechanism kicks in instead of abundance, which is sharing with others. There's plenty. Yeah.
I think that we're triggered for drama. We're triggered for trauma. And it's you know, very interesting to me. The conversation I had yesterday with that gentleman who has a complete medical family, and some are in New York working and some are in California working, and the he says the two different stories he gets all the time about the how they're reacting differently to all of this is just so far left and right. It's unbelievable, right? That there's no reason for us to have been where somebody had way too many resources and somebody didn't have enough. We should have been able to take from one and share with the other. And that did not happen even in our own medical needs. Nobody took the leadership to say, okay, we have all of these resources. Let's find out and identify how they're being consumed, right? And do an accounting of it. And then those who need more, we'll send it to them. And those who, we'll just mix it. But they didn't do that. Why not mix the people? Okay, we have a lot of doctors here in California that have a lot of free time because California had a better control of the situation. Let's send them to go and you could get special planes, we got Army planes. They can sit one seat at a time, right? And send them to New York.
Yeah.
Or, wherever, right? And something else I noticed, this, and I shouldn't bring this up, but the Floyd situation. Did you notice anyone in any of those videos wearing masks?
That's funny. And I found it interesting. They said that Mr. Floyd was tested positive for coronavirus. What does that have anything to do? Leave the guy alone. Let him rest in peace. And so, yeah, I do believe that he died unjustifiably. There's no excuse, okay? But what I don't agree with is he's being made into this hero, this martyr, when he was a known felon. He robbed someone's house and put a gun in a pregnant woman's belly while they robbed her. And then, we're just going to make this guy and use it as an agenda during the election. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird,
Well,
You're painting murals of him. Yeah, taking a criminal and making him a hero. Yes, he died unjustifiably, yes. But you don't make him into a hero.
Well, here's the other thing I want people to, if they can stomach it, because I've already done this, and I have a different eye for detail. And instead of listening to all the chaos that was going on in the video, I listened to the conversation that the officer was having with Floyd while he had him on the ground. Okay, if you listen to it, you would probably come to the before he moved his knee and then started choking him. The conversation was, "You can't win. You can't win. You're not going to win." And Floyd's like, "I get it, man. I get it. I lose. I get it."
Uncle.
But yeah, they knew each other. Okay. Yeah. And then he moves his knee. You can see this. He moves his knee and he commits to choke him. This was an intent kill. And the other thing, if you look at when he was arrested, it was by a different officer, right? When they handcuffed him. Then they moved him from the store to across the street onto the sidewalk where there was a car to put him in the back seat of the car. For some reason, now the original film, I saw the original film, but it's been edited.
Yeah, there's several angles. Yeah.
But there's several angles, but the original one has been it's been cut now. So originally the first one I ever saw, they put him in the back seat of the car. Another officer comes around. This is the killing officer comes around. They pull a car in front of that car, and they take him out of the back seat and they put him into the street side behind the tire. Yeah. Okay. So this was an intentional kill. So then the officers surround, right?
Yeah, the short Asian officer had his hands in his pocket. It's like,
but again, this is what I tell people before it gets to the point where he actually moved his knee to kill him, and you can hear him gasping for his breath. Listen to the conversation. If they haven't cut it, I've kept the original from that point because the other one's been cut. But I heard the conversation. I can hear it loud and clear, even though there's a lot of crap going on. If you listen really hard, you will hear the conversation between the two. If you look at the other video that comes from afar where it's showing him, you will see that somehow he went from the sidewalk side, just like in one clip, he went from the sidewalk side to all of a sudden he's behind a tire on the other side.
It was like staged or something.
It wasn't staged. Yeah. That part was cut. That part was cut. So I remember seeing the very first one. I immediately dove in to watch to see what happened because usually I'm very good in forensics. So I watched it and I go, wow, why did he come and yank him out of the car? That's out of protocol. You got the man contained in the car. You get him to.
Yeah, that was weird. There was a struggle back there. Why would there be a struggle? Just shut the door, right?
Right.
And the Asian officer just hands in his pocket.
But the doors were closed. In the original video, the doors were closed. The officer came, opened the door, and yanked him out on the street side and put him to the ground. This is the original video I saw. The next time I went back to that video to watch again, just to clear my mind and see what happened, that section of the video is missing. So you see him standing next to the car, a little bit
pulling him out. Yeah.
Then he goes from the sidewalk side on the car to all of a sudden he's down here in one scene.
Yeah.
That made no sense to me. So already people are altering things to make it appear to be racial, to make it appear like they didn't know each other, right? So I want people to listen, right? Dr. Hart.
How's it going?
Hey, how are you doing? You got a haircut?
I did, finally.
I like it. Looking sharp. How's it going?
How y'all doing?
All good, all good. How are you, doctor?
Doing great.
Just
finishing up my day here in the office.
What's going on in the office today?
Seeing a bunch of people coming out of the hospital from the coronavirus now. Our county, unfortunately, is one of the top counties having the numbers go up. People aren't wearing masks. Sampson County in North Carolina.
Okay.
So we're a rural county, but even against Charlotte and Raleigh and Wilmington, our numbers we have a 30%. We're 30% higher than everybody else with the number of coronavirus cases they're having. So we're not doing very well in our county. We have a big community-wide testing going on tomorrow to see who else has it.
Nasal test or finger prick?
Nasal, yes, nasal.
Okay.
Fastest way to get them done. So that's what we're doing.
That's going to be like through a drive-through, and it's all for free, right?
Right.
Right.
As long as we have enough tests. Last time they did this, there were 463 people who went through, and so it's while supplies last.
That's crazy. Here we are 3 months into it, and there still don't have enough kids.
But
this is better than nothing, so I'm kind of happy that we're actually doing it tomorrow. So
Dr. Phillip, you and I know the kids exist. Somebody's contained them all. But we recently suffered a loss of a little girl here in Durham, North Carolina, and she went to school with my doctor's son. So I know it's real. I know it wasn't media. I know it was real because I went for my treatments and she was telling me about how devastating it's been for her son and the other children because this was not supposed, according to the media and what they were taught, this was not supposed to happen to them. But her whole family had it. And for whatever reason, she went into a coma with it. They survived. The rest of the family survived, struggled. But are you aware of that, Doctor?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that story. It was very devastating to hear that. But people just need to know, even though it's rare for that to happen, it happens, and you don't want to be your child to be that one.
Exactly.
But kids that age die from the influenza virus all the time.
Yes.
But that doesn't make the main media, right?
No, it doesn't. But this was just unusual because everybody was told this could not happen, and all of a sudden. And this is why I think this is why it became a big deal is it can happen, right?
Well, I want to see if that child had any type of comorbidity, another autoimmune disease that made her more susceptible,
And I think they're researching that. I'm
sure her immune system was compromised, yeah.
One of the things we're finding is some of the kids have good immune systems. And like Kawasaki's disease and all those, it's so good that it attacks their own body, and then their hearts explode because the inflammation loosens up the arteries and basically their arteries explode.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things we have to watch out for. These kids have perfect immune systems; they just work so well that it attacks their own body and causes and that's very similar to what we see with the healthy kids who die from the flu suddenly. It's a very similar situation where they get heart failure. So you might actually find a really good immune system. And that's what really concerns me. I think we've had 85 cases of that so far in the United States. So I'd be interested in that was a comorbidity in this case.
Wow. Yeah, that would be interesting to learn more about. So how are the patients that are recovering and going home from the hospital? How are they been recovering?
They're shocked because, they're hearing it's just like a virus. Well, they're going home and 20% of their lung isn't working anymore. So they're short of breath all the time. The thing that's most shocking to me now that I've experienced a few more cases is they're really confused when the oxygen levels go down. They almost act like an Alzheimer's patient sometimes. They just don't think straight. And it's so shocking to see with people who are healthy, and then all of a sudden their brain just goes downhill that quickly. Some of it's the oxygen, some of it's just encephalitis from the virus. But one of my patients, they had a miraculous recovery because they were terrible, but 2 days later, they turned around with remdesivir. So that happened at Duke, and that was incredible, but he still feels terrible because that lung did get damaged somewhat. So what we're seeing is when people come out of the hospital, you're seeing anywhere from total recovery, no problems, to the lungs having tremendous damage that's going to take several months to years to fix up. So you really do not want to take your chances. Wear your mask, stay away, social distance or physical distance is what we want to say. People have just not been paying attention lately, and now we're starting to see the consequences. My biggest concern is the hospitalization rate is going up in North Carolina, and that's what we're really watching, because the number of people getting infected, it's bound to go up, but the number of hospitalizations and how many vulnerable people are getting infected is what concerns me the most, because then I haven't seen any in the last 3 months. All of a sudden I'm having patients in the hospital now.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because that's the problem. It isn't just that what it is. It's the fact that we're going to overwhelm our medical resources to be able to not just maintain that, but also take care of people who have other problems, right? People who need stitches, or people who broke a bone, or people who need treatments like me. There are just so many different other problems. Somebody might be having a heart attack or a stroke, but we're overwhelmed with this, and we need to just be controlled. There was a doctor or a medical manager at one of the hospitals in Greensboro wrote a letter to her staff, and out of concern, I guess, to the outside of the hospital, that we need to wait until we've passed plateau before we allow opening. And her concern was that right now she can control it, right? She had a few in the hospital. But if we didn't wait until after we plateaued and controlled it, then she's not going to be able to maintain the level of cases that come in with the other stuff that she has to maintain every day. And this was her concern, that she said that the COVID cases would quadruple in a short period of time if we're not careful. And we went ahead and opened before we plateaued. So we're starting to see the wave of that. Am I correct?
Correct. Yeah, I totally agree with those. That you'll hear the majority. You're even hearing it from physicians that don't believe those numbers. And if you're just doing basic epidemiology, those numbers make sense. We're going to look like Italy again. We never look like Italy, thank goodness. Maybe New York looked like Italy, but we're going to start looking like Italy if we don't pay attention to those basic epidemiology calculations. So the 4 times number, that's entirely correct if we're not paying attention and not still doing the physical distancing.
Yeah, and then when they get the fibrosis in their lungs and their lung ability to breathe oxygen is compromised because the lung isn't as flexible, they may need oxygen. I love the hyperbaric oxygen helmets, because you could have an oxygen tank at home, and it's easier to get the oxygen than the tube or a CPAP type device.
I like the helmets
that makes those, and they can't fulfill their orders. There's such a demand for that. But I think when they intubate the patients who have severe symptoms, I think there's still only like a 20% survival rate. So I'm like, maybe they should give them oxygen first, because if your lungs are compromised, you don't have good lung, function. Your respiratory muscles, your diaphragm, is weak because you're old. They might not be able to, breathe properly with something down their throat, gag reflex, and it causes more mucus and inflammation. But with the helmet, it's easier to breathe. But, it's going to take a long time to get that in the main, ICUs and all that. Have you heard about that, Doc? The hyperbaric helmet. Yeah,
I have. I think the one concern is you have a higher risk of retinopathy, retinal problems. So you can
they have the pressure. They got to somehow,
Wow.
But if it's between living and having blindness, and
there you go. Yeah.
What do you do?
So why can't we make it from here down? A helmet from here down.
Well, it's probably harder to get it airtight. The whole point is you want to comfortably, because technically hyperbaric oxygen, you go in this submarine, this oven, and your whole body is saturated with oxygen, but that's not practical. But the helmet, you could do it at home.
Okay.
I guess there's a way to pressurize it so it doesn't pop your eyeballs out. Who knows?
That would
But I
be
would even say normal oxygen should be the first line of defense before sticking an intubator down, you know. But the problem is a lot of hospitals, their profit margin is only about 3%, and the bottom line is you can bill Medicare, I think, up to $39,000 for the intubation. So unfortunately, a lot of administrators are telling their downline physicians, hey, go to the intubator instead of oxygen first. I don't know if you're witnessing that there, but I'm hearing that at other
Well,
parts.
I'm not involved with that decision making, but I know my personal opinion with the physicians that I work with, they're doing it based on medicine, not based on an administrator.
Good, yeah.
Good.
They do it according to the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm, yeah.
Exactly.
well.
But that's the thing, you don't know what's causing harm now because you don't know what works. So hyperbarics, all bets are off. You just do whatever now and see
Well,
what
you've
works.
been doing systematic treatment since this began, from our first conversation, and I think that's the only way to treat this, because I think everybody was probably impacted differently. Am I correct? I mean, you saw different things.
Right.
So I don't think there's going to be a stamp or footprint solution, a vaccine for a long time. I think we just need to treat it, and we need to be smart, like you said. Let's try to avoid getting it until we understand it more. I mean, it's just common sense.
I mean, it's only one patient, but what happened with that patient with the remdesivir really opened my eyes to what's possible, because it works like any other antiviral, but the concern is it's $1,000 a day. So
how does
give that to a big population.
Malaria, right? Or dengue or malaria? Remdesivir.
I think I can't remember per se, but yeah, I think you're correct. It's one of those.
So,
yeah, and then see, the problem with the U.S. is you cannot negotiate pharmaceutical prices. Big pharma could charge whatever they want. There's no cap on the price. There should be some negotiation with Medicare. Okay, remdesivir, it costs you 10 cents a pill. You could charge no more than $50 a pill, and it's affordable for everyone. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But if it's
I had that argument with a senator once, and I said, why can't you make these cheaper? He goes, "This is the United States. You should be able to profit from what you invent."
It's not
and that was
like
which makes sense in the United States too. So there's capitalism and all that. So there's you got to find that middle ground again. But
right. You do, but we had a senator come on our show as well. That was one of the conversations we had, so I'm glad you brought that up. And it was really great because he says, well, if they are going to price gouge and be that, what was the word he used, Hank? Could you remember? He called it a big animal. Then you're going to, if you're going to be a pig about it, you're going to go to the slaughter. Slaughter you too. So you can't just be a hog about everything. But I agree. I'm an inventor, right? I have a patent. I spent a lot of money on this, and I would like to get some money back. But you don't have to be greedy about it, right?
Well, here's the deal. When you approve a drug, the problem is now counterfeit drugs coming from, believe it or not, China or the drug cartel in South America and Mexico. Let me put an example. George Floyd was positive for fentanyl, which is 100 times more lethal and potent than your standard opioid. And a lot of people, they buy it on the black market to get high, right? And if that drug was not available, you could argue he might not have tried to counterfeit the $20. I don't know, or acted weird. But my point is, this stuff is on the streets. Opioids are FDA approved, yet we have 100,000 deaths a year. So, as far as pain management, opioid, it's a failed model, right? Because of the addiction, the deaths. High schoolers taking it at a graduation party and mixing with alcohol, and they wake up dead. So that's why we have to, there needs to be more control measures, third party, before we approve these drugs, and the pricing too. More negotiations. Yeah, and that's my rant about this rapid approval. Vaccines take many years to do the safety studies, animal and human, but now they want to rapid approve this coronavirus vaccine, no animal studies, no safety studies, in the name of, we got to get something out quick. which is probably going to cause more autoimmune dysfunction than protect you from the virus. And guess what? There's going to be new strains, and then they're going to be way behind in developing the next vaccine if it worked anyways. So
right.
I don't know that we need to go ahead, Dr. Art.
So speaking, you were discussing, good immune system's bad. Say you have a great immune system and you get the vaccine. One of the things one of my friends had studied in his PhD is RNA viruses. A lot of people, why we don't have good vaccines against them is Alzheimer's and amyloidosis depositing into the brain. We don't know within 1 year if that's going to happen with these vaccines. So, like you said, do no harm.
Oh yeah,
because no matter the pressure from the vaccine industry and all that, I'm going to still do no harm and do my research before I even give one person that shot.
Know what's in that vial and what's in there. Adjuvants that activate the vaccine. Thimerosal, that's formaldehyde. Mercury, right? Maybe lead.
But if you say that, you got to tell people not to eat tuna fish too, because it has the same amounts in a can of tuna fish.
Yeah, and then we have EPA standards for lead and mercury in the air and water. But why are you letting that same degree of compound in a vaccine that goes directly into your blood, and you can't detox it once it's in your system, like if you drink it or breathe it in the air, and then ethically aborted fetus parts, so make more compatible with the human. But no, read it, MM3, whatever. It's like I don't agree with that. But just mercury and formaldehyde, I ain't put that in my body or my kids. I can't. Yeah.
Well, I think,
Doctor, I'll tell you a case study about what's happening in one of the states in India. There's a medical college which is known as Chirayu Medical College, and they have treated 1,000 COVID patients successfully, and they have just few deaths. And if you talk about the state, they have around 8,000 patients, and 1,000 have been cured by one hospital. And what they are doing is they are giving oxygen, as Dr. You said, and also paracetamol and basic medication, because there's nothing else to share. I don't have the details of each and every patient, but some of the patients are very critically ill, and they have different disorders and things like that. But they have successfully treated 1,000 patients, and now they're researching that what kind of medication they have been, because there are a lot of staffs going around and they're taking the right precautions, but they're just trying to analyze that what suits which kind of patient. And they're also discussing about a blood group, something. I am not sure how the blood group will be a important role in these medications.
It's going to be interesting because they did those studies in China where they used umbilical cord derived stem cells, and they completely reversed the COVID patients in 2-3 days. Now there's a bunch of studies using the stem cells, natural killer cells in the U.S. to get rapid approval to use that for severe COVID patients. It'll be interesting how those clinical studies, go, and that may be the answer if you could deliver those in an economical way. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know that we'll ever do that, but Nick, you missed welcome, and thank you for joining us again this afternoon. You missed an interesting conversation with Dr. Arthur where he was sharing with us that the cases in North Carolina have gone up, and in particular in his county and community.
Yeah, but the case is going up is not unusual. The real question I have isn't the cases going up. Is the death rate going up? Because to me, at least the data I've seen is that the younger people, it doesn't seem to affect. At least the mortality seems to be within the statistical norm of a regular flu. But as you get older, it does affect people. And you could have more cases, but not necessarily more deaths. So Dr. Art, have you seen the death rate increase? I guess that's my question, Counselor.
No, well, that's the thing. The quicker indicator is hospitalization. So the hospitalization rate is going up. Should the death rate go up after that? Yes, but the good news is we're a few months into this that we're starting to find better treatments. So the death rate might be an indicator of improvement because we have better treatments, more information. What happened in India with what Ankit just said, we have more information on what works and what doesn't. So the death rate might actually go down, even though the complication rate, the morbidity rate, how many people are being damaged from the virus is actually going up. And the indicator for that's quicker is looking at hospitalization rate, and that is definitely going up.
Right. Okay. But the thing is, hospitalization rate going up doesn't necessarily have to correlate with the death rate going up, does it?
No, because we're seeing better treatments, or hopefully
Right.
3 months into this thing, the doctors
Right.
we're learning what to do with it a lot better.
Right.
Are you guys allowed to use hydroxychloroquine
Yes, we are.
and a Z-Pack?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So things are starting to happen. Yeah.
I guess my question next would be, what has shown to be a superior treatment? In other words, have they been able to gather data to say that this treatment is better than the other ones? I know that IBM came up with about 7 different potential treatments through their artificial intelligence program, but the real question is there any data on what is more effective as a treatment right now, Dr. Wright?
It's still debatable. I mean, you're even seeing a study comes out from the Lancet on hydroxychloroquine not being used, and then it has to be retracted because the study, the way the data was put together, was not acceptable anymore.
Right.
I had always been a proponent of hydroxychloroquine because it really affects the cytokine cascade and all that. And the science backs it up. And we're starting to see that the actual morbidity and mortality backs it up. But we don't have good enough data yet. We're still early into the phases that we can't say, yes, this works, that doesn't. Artificial intelligence will probably tell us better right now, and then we got to test it. But right now, every one of the doctors I talk to are still, we don't have anything firm yet. There's really no good science.
But is there something that they would choose A over B? There was somebody we actually had.
Our opinions are so varied that no.
Okay,
I know I would choose, if it were my family member and it was early in the situation, I would definitely put them on hydroxychloroquine and Zithromax. If it were my patient that I knew had a less chance of living, if I didn't try something, I would do it. If I could get my hands on remdesivir, but right now it's experimental protocols and in the hospital only that I've seen it used.
But
remdesivir and it's $1,000 a day. So
exactly. The insurance. Can I guarantee my patient they're going to get it covered by their insurance, or am I going to kill them financially too?
Right.
So those are all the considerations you have to think about.
The quercetin and there's a couple things out there. Turmeric, I believe. We had a woman chess grandmaster who had it, and she took turmeric, and she goes, within a couple of days, I was good to go. But again, that's not that she could have been good anyway. And again, there was
and
no
that's the
study
problem.
on it. See, that's the real problem. In other words, hey, you're young, you would have been good anyway. You just happened to have turmeric or quercentrin and go, well, I'm good to go. But that's not really a study. That's one individual case that could have been, they would have been good anyway. After
with a 0.2%, with a 0.2% death rate. Right now, it's impossible to tell what's going to lower that number because there are so few of those and so much more of the people that are positive that have a lot of symptoms. And you just don't know what the timing should be to prevent that death because you just 0.2% is a very low rate we can't even predict who that's going to be yet.
Right.
And we know who that should be, but even the majority of those 0.2% is still a low number for people older than 65 with comorbidities. So it's really hard to tease that out right now.
Right. Well, right. And it goes to my thinking, at least from the data that I've read, if you're under age 60, there's a good chance this just is another flu. And so why do we quarantine people under age 60 when frankly it's just another flu for them? If you're over age 60 or if you're under age 60 with a pre-existing condition, different story.
Right.
But,
I would say be
about this. If you're young, I go, wait a minute, that's because I remember when I was in my 30s, I didn't take flu or any vaccines because I'm going, hey, if I caught it, it was gone like that, and generally I never caught one. Then as you got older, it became a whole different story. So why is it that we're quarantining people under age 60 with no pre-existing conditions?
Well, that's the thing. Policy may change because of what we're finally learning several months into this game. But once again, it's still the younger people can spread it and cause the hospitals to get overwhelmed. So then even though you might not die from coronavirus, you might get upset that you can't get a cath or a CCU bed because they're all covered by coronavirus patients and you die from your heart attack. So that's still a concern. We still need to keep the numbers low. So yeah, we're quarantining everybody, but the end game is we don't want to be Italy. We don't want people that we have to choose. Okay, this person dies because they're 88 and this person lives because they're 45, but their coronavirus is worse. We don't want to ever get into that situation. So, the entire social distancing, we may have better policy on quarantining at this point now that we see who's not dying. But the last I read, people who are young are going to Walmart without masks on with coronavirus tests that are positive.
Right.
And spreading it to the 65-year-olds. So
and
until people's behaviors
that I
change,
do have a problem with. But in Italy, remember, they had the second oldest demographic in the world behind Japan. So when we pull data from Italy, we're pulling a older.
And Milan is very polluted, so just like Wuhan.
So they had a high mortality
are going to be
rate.
more compromised. Yeah.
You know, but if you go to Vietnam, you don't see that. If you go to Malaysia, you don't see that. You go to the younger demographics in Africa, you don't see that. But as you get to the older countries, then you see a higher mortality rate. So, but I agree with you on the mask is really to prevent grandma from dying.
Well, and everyone else, and proper, just proper disciplines. But this is my biggest concern is what Dr. Arthur brought up when he first came on the show today, and he's talking about his recent experience. Isn't so much okay. We're treating them, and we're hopefully getting this a little bit under control, knowing how to deal with it. But it's the aftermath. And they're having and seeing some aftermath of this disease of lungs that have been damaged. And how do we treat that? And how is that going to be treated? Because that can be just as detrimental to our society. And unfortunately, I don't like using this, but in our economics as well. So how are we treating the aftermath of the lungs that are damaged? What's been the treatments?
Well, that's the thing. It's symptomatic care. We're still unsure about that because after he got the remdesivir, I didn't get a sheet from the hospital that said, okay, this is what you do now, because nobody is giving me information or studying it. So I'm having to wing it. So inhalers, I'm not giving prednisone because you keep hearing about that. I'm avoiding ibuprofen, but really that's all that's in the forefront. So you got to look at their symptoms, do the x-rays, give them things that break up the mucus. One thing I'm telling people is do not use decongestants, because if you use a decongestant, you dry up the lung, and mucus is a natural antibiotic. So if you get rid of the mucus and dry it up, there goes the bacteria growing. So I say no decongestants. Mucinex or mucolytics are the best, so that the mucus stays thin, stay hydrated, avoid, really take care of the comorbidities, the heart failure, the diabetes, the high blood pressure. Pay attention to your, how much you get into the sunlight. If you're able to get out there and walk and exercise, get your physical activity up, get that immune system going. But right now, it's blank. There's zero evidence for me on what to do. There's, anecdotal studies coming out, retrospective studies, but nobody has said, here's what you do. I know there's a lecture coming out tomorrow that I'm going to watch that says exactly what to do, but it's from a hospitalist. It's not somebody who's primary care. So I got to look for the link and I'll send it to you.
Can we beam it on IBM TV?
No, you're not allowed. It's one of those TV things that you have to pay for.
I will watch it if you send it to me. One of the things I've enjoyed, well, I don't say enjoy, but has been just fascinating to me is, the conversations of the autopsies that they've been doing. And I know it's sad that these people die, but the fact that we could do the research and learn about this. I wanted to know too, with some of the recovered patients, have there been extreme fatigue?
Yes. Oh, that's I'm seeing across the board is that, they're trying to get back to work and all, they just don't feel well enough, and they don't feel sharp enough in the brain, number one. But they feel extremely short of breath, that they still feel like they're not catching their breath. Now that's normal for pneumonia. My patients are surprised. They think, oh, I went to the hospital, got rid of my pneumonia, now I should feel better. But I keep reminding them, even if it's not coronavirus, pneumonia can take up to 6 months to a year before your lungs feel normal. Wow. If anyone's ever broken their ribs, it can take you up to 6 months before you feel your ribs are normal. So imagine that you have a bunch of bacteria in your lungs. The shortness of breath and all that can take longer. And we're in a situation we don't know what to do for this situation. That 6 months is a guess. We don't have anybody who's really had it for 6 months yet. So I'm just trying to keep them feeling good, trying to get their energy up as fast as possible with the things I know how to do for other people who've been through pneumonia. But right now, we're not sure because coronavirus is different. We just need to keep an eye out on what things are working and what's not. And I'm not sure yet.
And you had an issue. Fatigue. Go ahead, Nick.
You had an issue relating to prednisone. Now, I've been on prednisone, off prednisone. I've been to doctors said, hey, prednisone's good. I've had it's bad. I keep my stack of prednisone so I don't ever have to ask for a prescription of prednisone. And I've taken it before. It kind of gives you this big loop, which is one reason I don't take it very often. I mean, like years before I had it. What is the problem with prednisone?
You want your immune system to work at tip-top shape, and prednisone shuts it down. Very simple science.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like cortisone. It actually causes it. Yeah, it causes your cortisol to go up. That's a stress hormone.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a lower immune system. You're going to have more edema, in your body. Cortisone and probably prednisone actually they eat away at your soft tissue. So if you put cortisone in your knee, then what's going to happen is, it'll shut the pain and inflammation down temporarily, but repeated injections, your knee joint will actually, the cartilage will eat away faster.
Okay.
So that's the downside of,
Don't get me wrong. If the person has a ton of inflammation in their lungs, it might be the last resort or the only thing you can do. So if somebody has coronavirus and asthma, and the asthma is acting up and their inflammation is bad, I have to treat with prednisone because sometimes we don't have anything else.
Right.
Yeah, acutely it's good, but if you long term, it bites you back.
Okay, yeah, because the thing is, I've noticed positive effects when I take it, but it's a short term, and then I wean off real quickly because I've heard it was really bad.
That you developed, or
well, I'm asthmatic, so I've been dealing with asthma since I was 6 years old.
You got to get him a helmet.
When they came out with Rondec.
Well, I don't want to give him a helmet until we figure out the eyeball thing, okay? Because I don't want to buy most of it food.
Rondec.
I'm sure they figured out the pressure. Otherwise, they wouldn't sell it, right?
I hope so.
I'm not sure if they figured out anything. But I remember Rondec when it first came out. It was a little blue pill. I mean, a long time ago. That was the first one I was on when I was 6 years old. And it solved rhinitis. I never had it again. It was weird. And then they came out with more ephedrine-style based drugs. And then I was always like super loopy, And then prednisone came out, and prednisone, sometimes I was on it, sometimes I was off. And one doctor said, hey, you shouldn't be on this stuff, and pulled me off of that and put me on these steroids and the, albuterol and things of that nature. So it was different. Advair.
Did you ever try hypnotherapy for your asthma?
No, but I was counseled a little bit in biofeedback techniques, which actually do work to a certain extent. So
because I have cured several asthmatics just with hypnotherapy, because then they didn't react as much to the things that triggered.
Sure. No, right, and I think it works too. Because
what that probably did, the hypnotherapy, that it toned their vagus nerve. The vagus nerve controls your heart rate, your diaphragm. It even releases dopamine too. So it's going to help Parkinson's patients.
The way I explain it to patients is, when an actor who has stage fright gets on stage and their face turns red and gets inflamed, the same thing can happen to asthmatics. You can inflame the lungs just by, you've seen asthmatics get emotional, and then their asthma tightens up and they start wheezing. It's the same thing. If you can hypnotize away the trigger that causes that redness in the face with an actress or an actor, you can do the same with the inflammation in the lungs by telling them that the trigger doesn't work anymore. And with hypnosis, you can cure asthma for some people.
Right. No. And I've used biofeedback techniques, and they actually do tend to work. In other words, I was kind of shocked, but then I was reading studies. A lot of people, and this is one reason you have to give a placebo, is because there's a psychosomatic treatments. In other words, people go and see a doctor because I saw a doctor, I'm going to cure myself, and they end up basically curing themselves, and doctor didn't do anything. But the thing is,
hypnotherapists don't call them placebos, we call them hypnotic techniques. So
is it hypnotic techniques?
Yeah. It's the same thing.
Right. Yeah. And the thing is, I was going, well, it seems to be there's some validity toward that. And even when I'm having asthmatic attacks, I do engage in biofeedback techniques to alleviate it, before I even go on to, and prednisone to me is like a way last resort. Like I said, I keep it in storage, very seldom use it. But then when I did have to go to the hospital, I noticed what they did is all they did is give me prednisone and albuterol. In other words,
but Nick, if you ever make it out here, we could do some umbilical cord blood therapy off-label. If you're in a clinical study where it is IV, the good thing is when you IV something, like the stem cells, 99% go to the lungs. They get trapped there. So if you have a lung disorder, it's a perfect therapy to regenerate lung function.
Yeah, I got very familiar with a lung disorder because the thing is I think I'm like 70% of normal on a good day. So it's like I'm always in a compressed.
Stay on top of your health. Okay, this is one thing I commend you for. You're very disciplined. Though you drink a Coca-Cola every day, it doesn't affect you because
caffeine.
But you
caffeine wakes me up
every day. You're playing tennis. You play chess. Yeah, but you are disciplined.
Play basketball.
You play. You get out and you exercise. Okay.
Sure, I think that's important.
Nick, how far are you from the beach?
Well, I'm in Raleigh, Durham, so it's about 3 hours. But I did see your yoga show, and I've tried to do yoga. I've done yoga. My wife can do it, and I was watching it. I was going like, if people haven't done that, do they know how difficult it is to do that stuff? I mean, you do it a lot, really, so it's probably easy for you. But I'm just saying, it is not easy.
Yeah, you got to work at your own pace. If you can only bend this much, hey, that's what you do. Don't try to follow the instructor. That's and then you're going to kill yourself. Just
right. That's what I thought. I was going to kill yourself.
But the best thing I did was find a body trainer, and he was over 50, right? When I was over 50. And what I liked about him is he understood my aches and pains, right? So he would say, don't push it. Like Dr. Yu is saying, don't push it past this point. You do where your body says don't go anymore. It's not about more pain, more gain. And I think that's what Dr. Yu, you even said that when you were doing the yoga. Just do what you can.
That's why I don't like those classes. They kind of, you don't know your injuries, right? Mm-hmm. So yoga should be personalized to your abilities, all right? But another thing, Nick, I don't know if he has the aromatherapy nebulizer where you just plug it in. Yeah, you put the aromatherapy oil like peppermint, and that'll open his lungs up when he sleeps. So
one thing I like is his wife and him. They are very like health oriented, and they, we all kind of get off track, but he's pretty. I think that's why he's so healthy. That he really stays on top of it. It could be really bad, but he doesn't. He travels a lot and he works a lot, but he gets outside. He does his exercises. He eats. His wife makes sure he eats right. I mean, and those are disciplines for everything. My concern is when we start seeing more results of COVID and more damaged lungs, what impact is that going to be moving forward for people? Because we've seen this with other diseases where the lungs get damaged and maybe they don't recover.
Yeah, and this is what we talk about. I don't think the answer is just, let's just go to this medication that was proven for dengue or malaria, or let's wait till the vaccine is rapidly approved. Like art, let's get some vasovagal parasympathetic, hypnosis going. Let's get some vitamin A, vitamin D3, vitamin C. You never hear the CDC, WHO say vitamin, natural immune system, innate immunity. It's always rapid approval of this vaccine. And that's my rant, which should be the very last report. We got along for millions of years without it. We've had this immune system we're all born with. We just have to maximize it. Yeah. So
totally agree.
I agree. And something, Dr. Arthur, one of the things I like about what you do with the hypnotizing is one of the best things I ever did to help control my chronic illness and disease was to go see a psychiatrist, actually dedicated to pain psychiatry. And it was all about how to deal with it in my mind, right? To not panic when something happens. What do I do? You think about what you do, right? Mm-hmm. You turn that switch, the pain starts hitting. There are little things you can do to not panic, to divert the pain, and things like, but in one of my situations when some of my treatments wear off, it's hard to breathe. So in the first time that ever happened, I panicked and it got worse. So now I know that probably I'm not going to die, to calm down, relax, get my breathing back together. And then if I can get to some medication, take some medication to help me relax a little bit more if I need it, and then get back on track. but people don't want that. They all seem to dive for a pill, which that can kill you at the end of the day if you take too many drugs, and maybe even mix them up. You know, it could be very.
Uh-oh.
So you just like in Avengers when everyone was frozen. So yeah.
Yep.
But Art, you know, I've heard doctors get good results. I don't know if you heard of ozone IV.
I have one friend who does that every day.
Yeah.
And he has not had an infection in 20 years.
Yeah, and then knocks out viral symptoms, you know. I mean, you know, hydrogen peroxide diluted, you know, a solution with saline 10-to-1 or 20-to-1 IV. But it's so cheap of a solution. You know, a bottle of hydrogen peroxide is like 99 cents, and we use it to, you know, sterilize infections and cuts, right, the surface. And
but you got to be careful because you'll be accused of saying that put disinfectant into people's blood.
There you go, yeah. Or UV light, right?
Yeah, but we know that those things have been studied in Germany and Russia and have been proven to reduce infections.
Yeah. Well, you can't say that in the U.S. You know.
No, it's because there's a triggered anchor where if you say that, boom, oh no, we're killing people by telling them to drink bleach. No, there's research that says you're just using the terms and making them sound like fluffed up, but really there's studies that show that these are great things to do. It's just they're not going to make a lot of people money because they're so inexpensive.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think healthcare, you know, it may bankrupt the U.S. It's so expensive. I don't think it's sustainable because all the autoimmune diseases on the rise, you know, autism, cancer, diabetes, heart disease. I think it's putting a huge burden on healthcare, and there's no investment in preventative medicine. You know, the food industry puts all the commercials to eat their fast foods and junk foods. The rise of GMO foods, you know, DDT, you know, glyphosate sprayed in our vegetation. So even if you try to eat healthy, you know, fruits and vegetables are sprayed, and who knows if you're doing more damage than goods. So I try to just eat organic. It's more expensive, but in the long run, you're going to pay it at pocket healthcare, or you're going to pay it at the grocery food line. And
I was interested.
I like to have pizza and burgers once in a while, but not every day, you know. So yeah.
Now I was interested. I heard you earlier talking about, you know, evolutionary eating and what cavemen did and the ketosis.
Yeah, I call it ancestral living, and unfortunately,
I have a whole
debate. I didn't mean to debate about creation versus evolution. I was just making a point.
No, but it's fine. But the part you were saying, I wrote a weight loss and exercise book, and I wrote it in 2013. But back then, I put a whole chapter based on everything you had just said. That cavemen didn't eat like we do. They had fasting. They were starving. You know, we call it intermittent fasting. All you have to do is call it normal eating. That's normal. That's what we're supposed to do.
I think ketosis is a normal state. Your brain could cause gluconeogenesis in the Krebs cycle to convert the fat into sugar.
That's what it was invented for.
Your body is more efficient burning fat. There's 9 calories per gram. And what happens, you start burning the fat on your body instead of being a sugar burner. Metabolically, we're more efficient burning fat.
Exactly.
But nowadays, we're pouring leaded fuel into unleaded car, and we're gunking up our endothelial lining of our blood vessels. So I don't think cholesterol and fat is the real cause of the endothelial inflammation. It's lipopolysaccharides from our diet. Right?
I agree with you. I'm with you.
So
completely.
Cholesterol's been vilified, and I think Alzheimer's is on the rise. Everyone's on a statin. That's going to block your production of HDLs. You can't make brain tissue. You can't make hormones made of cholesterol and fat. And the myelin sheath in your nerves is made of fat and cholesterol. Then you get
demyelination,
numbness, and nerve dysfunction. So it's funny. So estimations are 50% of Americans will have Alzheimer's by the age of 60. But look at how many people are putting on a statin as an excuse to prevent heart disease. It's crazy. Yeah.
Oh, I can't be put on statins. They tested me over and over, and it caused my throat to swell.
Well, they did a study
They
in Germany.
they didn't believe it. They kept
Statins actually suppress your body's endogenous stem cells. It suppresses it.
right.
So you can't, regenerate your tissue. It's suppressing all that. You can't make brain cells. The glia cells, they start dying. That was a recent, finding in the brain for brain function. And lectins kill the glial cells in your brain too. So people eating tomatoes, beans, and spinach without cooking them, those lectins are causing leaky gut, and that's inflammation of the brain because all the neurotransmitters are made in the gut. Because that vagus nerve, it's connected to the gut all the way to that brain stem. And yeah, it's a second brain, the gut, and that's 80% of your immune system.
I think
people don't know this stuff. Yeah.
Sasha, I like Sasha's idea. He, I guess, found out he's type 2 diabetes 2 years ago, and he, takes his medication, but he doesn't really test his blood every day. And he said, you know what? I just want to enjoy life. I want to have my drink every day and my cigar. And my biggest choice is, do I smoke first or have my drink? That's it. and if I live, 5 years more, because
nicotine is a nootropic. It actually, kind of like caffeine, it does stimulate your brain. It's just that there's so many other bad chemicals in the cigarette that it offsets the benefit of nicotine.
I think sometimes you find a balance, good or bad. I mean, I've known people who've smoked for years and live a very, very long, oddly healthy lives, to way into their 80s, where other people, they get sick and die very, very young and never smoked. I never understood that. Oh gosh, we lost Dr. Arthur. What happened?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make a debate creation versus evolution. It was just that I was talking about ancestral living and that we should eat like our ancestors, right? But it just kind of went into it's like a Democrat versus Republican. You'll never see eye to eye, a creationist versus evolutionist. But my point was, science is something that's repeatable and it's observable. And the problem with evolution, it happened over millions or billions. It's not, you can't observe it in a lab and you can't repeat it. So my point is, just as much faith, it takes faith to believe in creation just as much as evolution.
And it takes faith to trust in the medicine that the doctors give you. But Dr. Arthur, before you go, are you going to be doing DJ Saturday night?
So the funny story, the last 2 weeks, I fried my computer because I updated my Apple computer and then my DJ station didn't work with it anymore. So I had to erase everything and reload it. So I got it going yesterday. So yes, I will be on tomorrow.
All right, make sure you wear the Bruce Lee t-shirt of him
the
DJing. What? You know the Bruce Lee t-shirt with him DJing? You know that one? Yeah.
All right.
Google it, Bruce Lee DJ. And it shows him, going like this with the record player. Yeah.
Saturday night, folks, Dr. DJ, he plays request music for his patients. It's music to heal by. And I tell you what, I have enjoyed every Saturday night. I hope everyone joins us 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Last time he went live, he didn't know when to stop. So, he did a marathon.
So it's not Apollonia. It's Apollinario. He's taken over the music industry.
Yes, he is. Yeah. So, Dr. Arthur, I look forward to seeing you Saturday night. Thank you.
All right, thanks for having me again. I gotta go.
Thanks for having me.
Prepare my webinar. I'll see you guys at the Super Stem Cell Saturday tomorrow. All right.
Absolutely, Dr. Thank you. We'll see Dr. Yu tomorrow on Stem Cell Saturday.
Bye.
We're looking forward to it. Bye. Some more coffee. We'll bring our coffee. And there we have Lynn. How you doing today, Lynn?
I think I missed all the good stuff, didn't I?
No, actually, the good stuff's just getting ready to start. So that's called the dollar store.
Well, let's talk about the dollar store. So maybe you want to just put up the big button on the green button, and we'll tell the folks they can shop online. Benefit Money Masters, which owns IBM.TV. Money Masters is a not-for-profit which has a mission to provide financial fitness, financial education, to cut the distance between poverty and financial sustainability. I love the mission. We're happy with the family.dollarstore.com, which is the store that we own, to give half of our profit to Money Masters in support of the mission. You can go on the website, ibm.tv. You can click on the round green button. I'm glad it's round because my father would not have been able to know that it was green since he was colorblind. Never understood, by the way, how he ever got a driver's license, because in those days, they did test you. But what he did was, I guess he faked it. If they had turned the stoplights upside down, he'd have been in trouble. But anyway, so you click on the button, it takes you right to the store. We have a lot of great things. I'm going to start with probably one of my favorite things to mention, which is Minion napkins, because they're absolutely Kimberly's favorite. But we have all sorts of products, many name brand products. I was on a call with somebody today, and they said to me, "Well, does your store sell a lot of the junk that you get when you go into some of the brick and mortar dollar stores?" And the answer is, well, look, can you buy Johnson & Johnson? Can you buy Pampers? Can you buy Dove soap? Can you buy Crest toothpaste? Can you buy Colgate toothpaste?
No.
You can't do that in any of the regular dollar stores, the brick and mortar stores. But here we have name brand products. 60% of them are produced in the United States. We have a rewards program. So if you sign up just to become a customer, you get $5 of immediate rewards that you can apply to your very first purchase. So that's the Get $5 that is on the banner here. But the rewards programs go for every purchase. So when somebody buys, let's say, $50 of purchases, they're going to get another $5 worth of rewards to apply to the next purchase. Everything is shipped to your door unless you live where I live, because unfortunately we don't have mail delivery. So I have to go to the post office. But there it is, Johnson's products from Johnson's. I have to Fisher Price, another name brand.
Street. I didn't even realize that Sesame Street. That's huge.
Yeah, Sesame Street stuff.
Yeah, and I mean they've got Pampers. They've got, the list goes on and on and on. That it's not just off-brand white labeled products. It is. But what's interesting is that a lot of times white label products probably are generally the same. The generics are probably generally the same as the name brand, but they actually sell some cosmetics that you normally pay $60 at another online resource such as Amazon. You'll pay $60 for, and it's $2 here. The same volume. It's not even a different volume. And the same with a mask that I care for, a cosmetic mask. And over the counter, it's, close to $25. It might be even more. I haven't been to the store in a long time. So, but, here I can get it for $2. I can save my money by not going and driving somewhere, save my gas. I can save my time, which is money. And then there's some other things I can shop for, my essentials, or there's CBD, CBD patches.
Or dust masks.
Or the dust mask, right?
Yeah. So
But so this is what I like about the dollar store. You guys went above and beyond, as always. And when the time needed it, you went out and obtained the ability to do the surgical mask type or the medical type masks, which are really, really good. They're medical masks. They're not the NK95s or N95s. They are but to get a box of these, I know for wholesale can cost a little bit more, and they're selling below wholesale price just about. You can get, what is that, 50
for $25.
$25. So, I mean, 50 cents each. And right right now, if you go in to buy one mask in a little sack, like, at the store, off the clip near the register, and you need a mask real quick, and it's just one, they're $5 to $6 now.
Right.
So,
Right.
why not have a box of these? This almost looks identical to the mask, the box of masks. I'm gonna have to take a picture of it when I go for my treatments. It looks identical to the same box, so that they use at the doctor's office.
Well,
So,
give the doctor's office the link to the site, and have them shop online at our store, so they get them cheaper than what they get them for themselves.
Absolutely, and like I said, I was shocked when I saw the price, because I've kind of helped a little bit in the industry of connecting people with resources, and I realized what the wholesale prices were for a lot of these items. So I've learned a lot through this experience. You mentioned hand soaps. Hand soaps are very important today. Why put yourself at risk of going out into a store when you don't have to, when the soaps are right here? Caress is a favorite of many, actually, models.
Whoops, sorry.
I have read over the years when, and it wasn't an advertisement, but somebody say, wow, your skin's really nice and smooth. Yeah, I use Caress. So, and this looks amazing. White peach and silky orange blossom. I'm not too crazy about scented things, but Dove is always a good, safe bet.
Well, Dove, and Doctor, you talked about this because he looked it up to confirm it. But Dove actually it suds better than most of the other soaps. And so because of it, it helps break down the sheathing around the coronavirus. So why not get it? I love the shea butter Dove. I bought a lot of that. I just use it all the time. And it really does, because it does lather a whole lot better than some of the other soaps.
Well, a lot of people might not know this, but over years ago, the dermatologist would always recommend the pink Dove.
Really?
So
why?
I forget. It was a long time ago. Not for me either, or just for me. I remember it was a big thing when I was younger, but I remember it being recommended with my nieces and nephews as well. So it seemed to be the brand that we always.
But it must.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Look
I think
at your
things
face.
have a lot to do. And this is my favorite. This is my favorite bath soap. I love the smell of Irish Spring. What I like to do with this soap is I like to take it out of the box and let it harden in a drawer somewhere, so everything smells like Irish Spring.
We do that. We do that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do, but I truly am a big Irish Spring fan. But look, you got Dove for men. I didn't know that there was truly a difference of soap for men and women, but I'm told that there is. That there's a reason. So I mean, but there's all kinds of different name brands, and that's what's great is you've got this great choice. And again, they are the one of few who can truly sell to you CBD products. We have learned from the other guests that they've had problems selling their CBD products, that PayPal has banned transactions, as well as other payment sectors have banned the CBD sales. But we learned from you why, and why you're able to do it. But that's a good thing, because and what's really great is you're not buying it in a very expensive big bulk. You can buy it, test it out if you like it, and continue buying it. And it's still very cost effective. Very, very cost effective. These patches right here, well, I mean, if you don't have insurance, with anything with lidocaine can be very, very expensive.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they got everything. I mean, I go through here. There's no reason to drive to the store. A lot of our people who are on our show have started shopping at the dollar store, mainly because they don't like to go shopping. But let's take a look at your best sellers for the week. I always like to go see what's the best sellers, because it kind of tells you what's going on, right? So Captain Marvel's is your best seller this week, and it's not because it's the best price; it's what people are probably buying. The ramen noodles, garden scoops, of course, right? Because this is sold mostly in America. Well, this is an American store right now. We're changing that. Crayon markers. So take a look, and you can see people are buying certain products at a higher bulk or consumed at a higher consumption. And what's this? Oh, power cords. Are we driving again? Okay. Barbie doll stuff. But so it's interesting to me when I come here how often the things change in this section. Believe it or not, the first time I think I went to your store when I wasn't doing it with you is I went to this section, because I wanted to see what are people buying the most of, right? What's trending.
Right. Yep.
And closeouts. This is another favorite place I like to go when I shop online, are closeouts, right? So closeouts, there you go, folks. Go ahead and get your Genesis Solutions, the line-free lift. I highly recommend it. It's going to cost you a lot more somewhere else, probably in the realm of $60. I am a big promoter for eyelash enhancers. I'll have to check this particular one out, but some of them are very healthy for your eyelashes. Like, it will help them not just look longer, but it actually stimulates the growth in them. Some of them can actually help stimulate the healthy growth. And then, of course, you've got another product that actually has been something I've liked over the years. Is this particular, it's a serum. I like the serums because they're not as heavy. So, and I will guarantee you that if you take this bottle and you find the identical bottle to it with a different name, you're going to find a very prominent name at a very prominent price. And I bet if you look at the chemicals in it, they're going to be the same. So, Ankit, what do you think? You want a dollar store in India?
Yeah, certainly. Why not? There's a lot of exciting products, and people buy it in the grey market and through a lot of portals who supply from US to India. And people are crazy about all these stuff in India as well. So, I mean, why not we have an Indian dollar store anytime soon? Maybe.
Yep.
You don't have to shop.
That may happen. That may happen sometime. Yep. So,
and let's talk about that. Let's talk about, when you're doing business, that's one of the things I like about our TV shows. We talk about business, right? Because that's what's important is that now that we're living, we are living, we need to make a living. And some of the things that we teach on Money Masters isn't about just how you make money, but it's how you spend it and manage it. And, of course, that's why we're so thankful for the dollar store, because it helps us budget ourselves a whole lot better so that we can save, right? And if you save money, what is the number one thing most of the very wealthy people do with it? And they invest it, right? So we're all entrepreneurs on this show. And Alexander's here. Is he going to come back? And Alexander's going to be hosting a show on how to invest your money in the stock. But some of the other ways to do it is what? Other businesses, other people's businesses, right? And you can help their businesses grow. And right now, that's going to be a very important thing. But it's very important, too, to be careful how you invest. Because as we've all learned, a lot of businesses that we invest in can fail, about 85%. So we have to be careful. But Lynn isn't just a businessman in the dollar store. Go ahead, Ankit.
What I wanted to say is that we all are from a different genres of life and different experience. So let's play a business game. We all of us have a $10 million. So where you want to invest, Lynn, and where you want to invest, Kim, in this current pandemic?
Where do I want to?
You have $10 million.
Right.
Now you have to invest. Where do you invest that money?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let's write this out too while we do this, and then take a look at the way things go. This is good. So somebody had approached me about investing in ventilators, and I backed off because I said, you know what? Once we invest we might get an overflow and then we'll lose money. It's hardware. You'll never recoup. It'll sit in warehouses for years. So I kind of backed off of that. But what do? You know, a lot of people would think something for the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
I like diversing my money. What about you, Ankit?
No, I'm waiting for Lynn's answer, then I'll reply.
Well, my answer could be one of several places. I probably of all the businesses I've been involved in my life, the one I loved was the most was real estate investment. We had a big company back in the 70s and 80s, owned over 80 properties around the United States. And I loved negotiating and making deals. That was always fun for me. But the other thing I might do is get involved with a fund and invest in a fund where I work with startups, and put my money together with other people's money to get involved in startups, because I love startups. And as you both probably know from my history, I have been involved in a number of startups. So there are two places. The dollar store isn't a startup as such, but the concept's a startup, which is one of the reasons why I got involved with it. But now you have my answer, Ankit. So now we need your answer.
So, it's not about the pandemic, where I'm thinking about something on that lines. But what I want to do is I wanted to create a forest, and that forest will be having some small towns and maybe neighborhood, and then we can do a lot of farmings, and we can create a lot of startups, and that would be environmental startups basically based on environment, and it could be a green city kind of a thing. And also, if you visit hospitals, so all the hospitals are in concrete buildings. I mean, you put the patient down in a cemented or wall, and there is no air ventilation. So why not an open hospital for patients? So and there will be a ticket where people will come and buy it. I mean, to have a tour or things like that, they have to buy a ticket, and then they're welcome in this world, which is different from the current world. So that is a basic idea about
wow.
what we're trying to do.
That's really great. Yeah,
that's a good vision. Actually.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful vision. It almost sounds like a Disney World.
Kind of a Disney World, right? So, I still remember when I was. I do a lot of dreams. I mean, I still have a lot of dreams when I go and sleep, because there's something going on in the mind, and that conscious mind gives you a lot of visions. So what I thought is that there should be a city where we create a lot of natural things and help people to go and go for those natural things, and then be it electricity, be it water, be it whatever it is, because we need basic things, and then try and educate people about different kinds of lifestyle, because we know what happened in Japan, we know what happened in Nepal and all those countries, but we know in books we are not basically adapting those things. And the most important thing what I want to do is a hospital where it's a big land, there are mountains and there are ponds, and then people are enjoying their treatments and recovery down and out. I mean, they don't have to carry it on a bed or things like that. So that is what I think, and most of the people or most of the patients, I believe, they will be in a good frame of mind while getting the treatment done.
I've never understood totally why hospitals basically, and I understand real sick people, it's very difficult, but a lot of the people, fresh air is as good as good at helping people get better as anything there is. We talk to people. My wife and I have slept pretty much our whole lives with windows open in our bedroom to get fresh air in. And even in the middle of the winter, when the temperature is, do I need to convert it to Celsius for you, Ankit?
I can do
when it's below zero, we have a window open. because we think it's really important to get fresh air, and I think part of that is, knock on wood, we don't tend to either of us get sick very often, and I think that contributes to it. So take the same concept to people who are hospitalized, why they can't be exposed to outside fresh air, rather than everything that goes through. It's like being in a larger version of an airplane where all the air is basically recycled. And I know you can't make a building, that contained, that it doesn't bring in some outside air, but still, it's to me, that's why a lot of the germs. That's why things like is it SARS, whatever it is, SARS or whatever it is. People get in the hospitals. That's why a lot of those things spread, because there is no, it's not really well ventilated and with fresh air. So anyway, that's me. So I wonder how our.
But I always see, because I'm from the country where we have too much of population, and density of population is also very, too much. We are shoulder to shoulder here in India, not in all the places of India, but in metro cities. And now, whenever we go out for vacations and things like that, we believe that it's a different world altogether, because a lot of landscape, mountains and ponds and beautiful weather with no pollution and things like that. And we wanted to stay there. But when we visit to any country outside India as well, it seems like a vacation for us, because everything is beautiful as compared to what's in India. Because it's difficult to have that lifestyle. And also, when you go to, now you can imagine a hospital in India. When a home is too crowded, how big is the hospital, and how much crowd you can have in that hospital. So we have a medical science college which is known as All India Institute of Medical Science. If you visit Lynn, or you can check out online, you will be amazed to see how many people visit that hospital every day. Wow. I don't have a number.
Wow.
So is it like that thing on Worldometers where the numbers spinning like
so the best part is that don't count them. So that means that we don't have a number. Don't count how many people are coming and how many people are going. But I'm telling you, the way we are living in India as compared to other countries, because of the density of population, it's difficult, and that's why we always go out for vacations, and we realize that that's the world we want to live in. But we are living in a different world, and that is what, and that's why a lot of people are suffering from so many chronic diseases in metro cities in India.
Is it possible to, because you guys live more in a urban, a city, all together, is it a way to build the pod cities, or pod communities out there where you have a lot of the resource, like you're talking about the hospital and everything? Is that feasible? Is there land?
We have big land in India which is vacant, but the problem is that, as Lynn said, everyone is interested in investing in real estate, and everyone wants money, and that, now what will you do? And then you need a political willpower to do all those things, which is also a difficult part of time, because in a big democratic country, it's difficult to handle so many people and so many governments, so many state governments, and pass a bill or things like that. So looks difficult. But what I see, that a lot of Indians who are going abroad, living abroad, they have created a very beautiful neighborhood. Because I've been to a lot of countries where Indians have a beautiful neighborhood, and they wanted to have something in India, but it's difficult to have such kind of neighborhood in India in terms of landscaping and beautiful. And you have social and physical distancing of all these big houses, and still they are united under one neighborhood. So that is what we miss. Yeah.
Well, isn't one of the other issues getting the services that you need if you were to build the pod community that Kimberly's talking about? Because you can, obviously, we do so many things virtually today on the internet and in this kind of a forum that you could build the pod city, but don't you need to have all all the other services available to be able to accommodate
Services
that.
are available. Lynn, you know that we are 1.3 billion, so everyone wants to have some kind of work or service. So service is not a problem. Conviction is a problem.
Okay, all right.
Condition.
Because we have a lot of people, but they have to do that work again and again. And I don't want to leak out a lot of information about India because it would be against the rule. But I'll tell you there are a lot of things which we can easily do. But because of conviction and because of the way we have, or maybe people are living, and it's difficult basically to
So
manage too many people.
a similar problem, and some of the things that you look at is like the utilities and service adaptions, and that can be remedied. That is very expensive, especially if you do roll out backhauls and things like that, which I have helped designed over the years for small city projects. But you've got to take a look at today. We have the technology that we can make everything kind of self-contained now, right? We can be almost off grid for each pod. But that government is not going to want to work that way, right? They're going to want to have their access and their hands into it. But I think that these things can be done. It's a mindset change, right? Adaptation to what's going to happen. One of the things I like about Abhijit when he comes on is he's talking about, okay, we're resetting the button. Let's come out smarter with the smarter technology. Let's don't just sit here and twiddle our thumbs. Let's open up. But if you look at what Holmes is doing, Holmes Donor that came on our show,
right?
Yeah.
And what he's trying to develop for homeless people or people who've never, ink it. I want you back on. The things that he is talking about is something that I've seen other people try to do. Even my father tried something like that one time with a group of people where they went and tried to build a new city, right?
Really?
That had all the innovative things that you would want, but also that would serve what we would call today the underprivileged, right? You would help the underprivileged build their own circulation of money and revenue. So it would provide housing and roof, like Holmes said. You give somebody a little bit of pride, and then you find them purpose. Well, these communities, this mindset is to find these communities that purpose, right? And so each person has a purpose in that community. But what you have to do is build it so that there's very little crime, organized crime, what I call organized crime related to it, right? But each community has their own leadership. But it's not leadership like you think. It's almost like the Native American Indian thought set, right? But you share, right? You share in growing the food. You share in bringing in food from other resources. Nobody is treated better than the other person. You help grow. And if some people are using that as their first home, that first boot up, and then they can move on. But it's a good training ground. I hate using the word training. It's just a good way to start out, right?
Right.
If you've had no influence whatsoever in your life to go out and be able to do this is a good way to get started and to help the people who are homeless, or say a student who just has no means, right? A person who managed to get through a college of some kind and absolutely has no other means. Perhaps they've had no parents and they need that foot up. They're starting out with debt anyway. They have no means to get a house, no means to get a vehicle, and this would give them that foot up. And I think those things would be really cool to see happen. And it doesn't mean you're not able. It just means that it's here if you need it. I've spoke with a few single mothers who have no means out, right? Who don't own a home, who were in abused situations that are struggling.
Right.
And I've asked them about this, right? Would this be of interest to you? And they're like, oh, please tell us when. So now I got to get Holmes back on and say, is this something that could be doable for, because single mothers, it's hard for them, right? It's hard for single dads too, don't get me wrong. But women in general, it's difficult for them to get that good paying job. But in these communities, you can have people who take care of your children so that you can go work and you can support each other, right? It's a support ecosystem. And it's going to take a lot. pull that together, right? Because you need the right people in those programs. But yeah, I'm all for that, Ankit. You know, to pull together some sort of communities that become self-contained, that provide solutions for people who couldn't afford them anyway, and allows it to grow. I'm for a healthcare system that doesn't need affordable. Okay, I'm for a healthcare system that's a healthcare system and is paid through blockchain, because we have artificial intelligence and blockchain that can process. We pay into it, and as you get your treatments, the doctors get the money, not the middleman, not the insurance, and nobody denies you the treatment you need. And the only thing, and then the real thing that needs to be controlling the medical system is controlling it, and that's their hierarchy, right? That's the health commissioners that maintain that they're maintaining health, but the insurance isn't telling them, hey, you cannot give Kim this medication because we say you've given her too much. Okay. Now they can't, they really, by law, they can't do that anymore, because I am diagnosed with a very rare disease that's chronic. And a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that law exists. And the first time they came in and tried to do that, fortunately, I had doctors who had smart admin who said, oh, no. And they started throwing law back at him. Now, my admin shouldn't have to have a law degree when they did, right? But what I want to do is do away with all of that, because insurance denies us the right to a real health care. It does. Insurance determines whether I get a health care treatment or not. I want to get rid of that. I want to see a system that the doctors get paid for everything, not $5, but they get paid for the treatment. I want to see a system where you or I could go and get it, and we didn't have to pay $2,000 a month for it. And or Ankit moves here and he can register in, but it's paid into one system. But right now, the way we do it, we pay into a Medicare system. I'll never see that money. And then I have to, and by law, I have to go buy insurance. If I don't buy insurance, I get penalized. And that insurance isn't the same everywhere. And I might get denied, or maybe my health carrier decides I don't want to work with them anymore because they really don't pay me. So now I'm sitting in limbo, paying $2,000 a month for stupid insurance that doesn't cover me. That needs to go, and I'm paying into Medicare on top of it for somebody else to get treatment. So why not take all my money, put it into one place? And I'm sure there are people who argue why that's not a good idea. But to me, it's financially smart. For the time and day that we live in, that medical care system won't go under, and the doctors will get paid, and we can control it a little bit better. But I am for a better quality of life system.
So
we can do a lot of things, but humanity should come on front. And as a human being, we have to do a lot of things for our humanity. And that all these policies will be done by, someone from us have created all these complicated policies and offers, and we just get it's a vicious circle basically. So once you are in, it's difficult to get out.
It is. You get tied into a system. Well, we have no choice, right? When unfortunately we're born into systems now, right? And each system is different. And we're finding now that unfortunately for South Africa, they came over to America to learn how we did it. And now they're forcing their people to live by our tax rules. Poor things. I'm willing to bet it's the same company. But anyway, and Lynn, you had some input on this.
Well, I was just going to say it's interesting. I learned this because I was in the healthcare business also for 14 years, well, remember, I'm not 25, Ankit. So
he looks it, but he's not.
And by the way, here's I want to thank Kimberly for one thing and encourage you to continue to pay into Medicare, because I'm on Medicare. So I just want to keep encouraging you to pay into it.
That's right.
So anyway, but I learned in the healthcare business, it was really interesting. Many, and I won't say all, and I'll probably get slammed for saying this, but many of the doctors that make the decisions as to what procedure the insurance company is going to pay for and what procedure the insurance company is not going to pay for are doctors who have never been able to make it in private practice themselves. So they haven't been out in the real world practicing, and yet they're making the decision. So I'm going to give you one example. Back in our healthcare days, we dealt with a gentleman who was a really nice guy. His sister was diagnosed with, I believe it was pancreatic cancer. And he wanted her to get a second opinion. The insurance company would not pay for a second opinion. They wanted to immediately start treatments that required her to go through extensive chemotherapy. And if you add the cost, and this is back in the mid 1990s, if you look at the cost of the chemo treatments that she would have gotten, it would have been several $100,000 that the insurance company would have had to pay versus a simple second opinion, which they would not pay for. So he paid for his sister's second opinion, and the second opinion found out, and it cost only a couple $1,000s. The second opinion determined that indeed it was a misdiagnosis. She did not have pancreatic cancer. They wouldn't have had to spend $100,000 plus in treating her for pancreatic cancer, and yet they refused to pay the couple $1,000s for the second opinion. So who made those decisions? Those decisions were made by physicians who, by and large, never were in private practice or couldn't survive in private practice. And there they were out there making decisions as to what procedures should be used and what shouldn't. And it was a very, very big revelation for me. I'm not a big proponent of what the insurance companies do. And here in Pennsylvania, go ahead. Well, here in Pennsylvania, basically, Blue Cross of Pennsylvania has an absolute lock on what gets reimbursed and what doesn't. So a lot of the hospitals, like our local hospital, had to merge with a bigger hospital to be able to have the leverage to negotiate with Blue Cross and Blue Shield, which they wouldn't have had. And they were not a small hospital, and still aren't a small hospital, but they weren't when they were a standalone hospital, but they still didn't have the leverage to negotiate with Blue Cross. So one of the other issues is, of course, that we have a federal law that says you can't cross state lines and offer insurance across state lines. Okay. The only thing that can, I believe, is Obamacare.
Well, if you look at when a lot of this happened and most of the very good insurance companies closed down, and because of
oops. Yeah. So you and I are sitting here waiting for her to say what happened when the insurance company closed down. So I'm sure.
But then I tell you, the same cases in India as well. It's difficult. I mean, it's easy to get insured, but it's difficult to get your claim, settled down. It's really difficult.
Really?
And I think that's happening around the world. I mean, maybe a couple of countries are doing good, but it's happening. And you know that the sad part is that someone from us are doing these things. I mean, there is no one from out of the world coming and doing all these things. Someone from us, because of that dollar note.
Yeah, well, that may be true. I would love to see somebody from outside the world look in and say, here's the better way of doing it. Or maybe they've decided that this is the way to get our society. Who knows? Well, it's interesting to hear you're saying that it's done the same way in India. It's also there's sort of a movement to go here in the United States to push for socialized medicine. Okay, but and I'll give you an example of that. My daughter and daughter-in-law live in Toronto. Okay, not far from Sasha, and my daughter-in-law would ride to work every day on a bicycle, and they're covered by because they've been there for almost 3 years. They're covered by socialized medicine in Canada. So my daughter-in-law was riding at 6 in the morning. Car pulled in front of her. She couldn't stop fast enough. She had to pull out around the car. The front tire went into a trolley track. She flipped in the air. Thank goodness she had a helmet on. Okay, but she broke her left elbow. Okay, broke her left elbow. So they took her to an emergency room, and the emergency room said, well, the first doctor, we'll fix it here. But the first doctor appointment, this was on a Monday, the first doctor appointment you can have is on Friday, okay? On Friday, okay? And if it has to be operated on, we can't do it until next Tuesday, all right? So that's 8 days after the accident. If that had happened here, well, first of all, we wouldn't have had any trolley tracks, at least where I live. But notwithstanding that, if that had happened in Philadelphia, where there are trolley tracks, she would have been operated on that day, right then and there. Yeah, because by the time they had to operate on her, she was already beginning to heal, and they had to break the healing, and then go in and put pins and screws in. So, not every system is great.
Certainly.
Yeah, I mean, that tells us that I've told you stories about dealing with the insurance company, but then there's because a lot of Canadians will, and I'll bet you Sasha would tell you this, come over the border, okay, to come here to get certain medical treatments because they might have to wait months to get them in Canada. And the same thing is true in England. So England has two systems, socialized and private. And many of and I suppose Canada does too. So anyway.
We have three systems in India: public, private, and community.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Kim, Lynn. If you are into any government hospital, they will treat you free of cost, no charges.
Okay.
The problem is that to manage that system, you need a lot of people, and that admin part and all those things. You know what happens with government. I don't want to use that word. So that is the problem. But a lot of people are who can't pay or who don't have that money. They get their treatment done and they are physically fine and doing very well. But because of overcrowdedness, sometimes the system doesn't work. And then we have community system where people donate money and then they set up their own hospitals or own clinics and things like that, and people treat them, and that is kind of a pro bono for them. And on the other side, if you have good connections in India with doctors, they will treat you at any time. They don't wait by the appointments.
Well,
so something happens, they will come and they will just treat you.
I believe that's Ankit, probably true anywhere. The same thing I know is true here in the U.S. You could go into an emergency room. I'll give you another example. My wife got bitten in her hand in a dog fight. Okay. And she went to the emergency room in our local hospital. Okay. And they said, okay. And they looked at her hand and she was wrapped in a towel that was almost totally red. And she had blood on her shirt from holding her hand in. And they couldn't tell, by the way, whether she had been bitten in the chest as well. All they could see was the blood. But they said, we want you to go sit in the emergency room. She basically said, I'm not going in the emergency room. I don't want people to get upset who are in the emergency room. So they sat her in a wheelchair. She didn't need to be in a wheelchair, but that was the only thing available right adjacent to the entrance, the check-in desk. Okay, well, there was a lady who happened to have come to our house to pick up something. I was home trying to take care of the dogs before I went to the hospital. I told my friend, who immediately went to the hospital, went to the emergency room, saw my wife sitting there, and she went to the desk and she said, "Do you realize that this woman was the president of the women's board, and you're making her sit out here?" And bingo, she was. They admitted her right away. So as you say, you know, it's that way here. You know the right people, you're going to get the treatment. I'm sure that's true all over the world.
That is always. I mean, that is what connection is all about, basically.
Yeah, it is. It is. So I have to ask you a question. When are you going to come to North Carolina to fix Kimberly's internet issues that she has?
I'm not sure. I mean, because the situation in India is very difficult right now. Cases are spiking up, and we are number 4 now. We were way down at 50th number, and then we are at number 4 in the world in terms of coronavirus. Yeah, and situation is very difficult. So I'm not sure. This year looks difficult to travel, but maybe next year.
Kimberly's back.
I get to say goodbye, right? It's about time to say goodbye. But Lynn, thank you for the talk today about all of the wonderful things we need to be doing. But we need to wrap up and go do the things we need to do to make our company bigger and stronger. I want Lynn to come back and share some of his success stories and some of the other businesses that he is doing so that we can all join together and work together to become one.
I want to invite Lynn on Startup Wednesday.
Yes. Well, he comes every day anyway. He comes.
I sort of come every day, don't I?
Yeah. No, I know that, but that is not for dollar store. That is for your journey with investments and running multiple businesses successfully, maybe for over 50 years. So that is what the story is all about.
We can talk about the other businesses. Happy to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think having an eye doctor on the show today made my eyes dry.
Oh boy. So Nick, how are you today?
You know what?
Was it Friday?
Yes, Friday. We had to
go. Friday. Busy. I mean, it was just for whatever reason, it was just a busy Friday. So.
Where's our ambassador?
Oh, yeah, we're bringing the ambassador on. We're our plan.
और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And that's a wrap on medical Med Friday with doctors. And tomorrow is Starry Saturday. So do join us on IBM TV. And tomorrow is our 96th episode running every day since 9th of March 2020. So we will be celebrating our 100th episode with all our experts and people around the world. Thank you for joining us. It's time to wrap up. Have a good day. Bye-bye.